Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Good morning, my wonderful friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It is wonderful to have your company today. And actually today, really important that you're here with me. I'll tell you why in a sec. Wonderful to have your company. I'm Stuart Hillard. This is Sewing Street. And we're going to start, as we always do, on this National Waffle Day, yes it is, with our early bird. If that little jingle doesn't put you in a happy mood, I don't know what will. Well, this might. Our early bird is a set of 4 friction pens. Now they barely need introduction. Friction pens are super useful for sewers because you can write on fabric, draw on fabric, embroidery designs, pocket placements, bag making, quilt lines, you name it. And then a little bit of heat takes those marks clean away. You've got 2 different thicknesses of black, super useful, a blue and a pink, varying thicknesses. £15.96. Those are going to show up on anything. It's not our price today, it's our early bird. Let's get the price straight down, £10.96. Fabulous price. Is that a £5 off? It's a £5 off. I'm going to take that. That's about a third off, just about. Absolutely fantastic price. Now, I do just need to let you know, I've got pretty low double figures of these, that's all. Great time to stack up or stash up and fill your stash. Morning, Stuart, lovely to see you this morning. Thank you, Josephine. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. Also, good morning to Jan and good morning to Pam, who both say good morning on Facebook. Don't forget, you can watch us on Facebook. You can watch us here on terrestrial TV. You can watch us on YouTube. It's very easy to watch Sewing Street. And I'd love you to stay with me the whole morning. Our early bird today is a set of 4 friction pens. I'm going to grab a little bit of fabric. And let's just show you. Give myself a little bit of padding. Here we go. So the black friction pen. And you get this lovely clear line. You can do straight lines. So use your ruler and draw straight lines. You can mark pocket placements. You can also remove the marks with a hairdryer. So, for example, if you've made a bag or something like that, or you can't get to the fabric, or even if maybe you've marked on something that you don't want to put an iron on, then just use a hairdryer. Just that little bit of warmth will remove those marks. But really nice and clear, very, very easy to use. I get in absolute desperate straits if I run out of friction pen. Because it's such a useful tool, such an easy tool to use. And I shall hang on to these actually because I might use them a little bit later on. But very safe to use. Now, always test on any fabric that you're going to use. So if you're going to do some quilting with these, Get a bit of the spare fabric and test that the marks are fully removable. There's no such thing as a perfect marking tool. Even a chalk wheel or an ordinary pencil, on some fabrics, they can react. So you always test your pencils. They're all, you know, even if they're made for fabric, test them first. Oh, a little message from Adele. Oh, that's nice. Morning, Stuart. Saw you on Saturday. You were brilliant comparing the bee show. Oh, thank you, Adele. I was at the Stitch Festival in London last week, and I compared the Sewing Bee fashion show. Yes, it was really lovely. So we had 15 previous contestants from Sewing Bee, including Lauren and Tilly from season 1. Which was absolutely wonderful, right up to Luke, who won the 11th series or 12th series, 2024 anyway. So Luke was there too. It was absolutely fab. It was really good fun. Were you there? I met loads of people, actually. Loads of visitors were Sewing Street viewers, which was fantastic. Lovely to meet all of you. I also met up with lots of our lovely guest designers as well, who were also at the show. So it was really wonderful, wonderful few days. I bought loads of dressmaking fabrics. Who knew? Anyway, keep going through for your friction pens. You're getting 4 for £10.96, 2 black, a blue and a pink. And you're making a £5 saving. Making a £5 saving. Right, okay, let's move on. Now I've got something else which is absolutely brilliant. Oh, actually, let's do the menu first. Let's do the menu first. Right, now, here's the news. I am here on my own today. This is why I need you at home. Okay, more than ever, more than I've ever needed you before. I need you today. Stay with me, send in your messages, send in your emails, ask questions. If there's something you'd like to know, message me. Message me. It's just you and me today. It's going to be fab. Now, 8 a.m, I have got beautiful Riley Blake fabrics. At 9 o'clock, I have got extra wide fabrics and quilting essentials. Now, at 10 o'clock, I've got the first of 2 Brother Sewing Machine shows. Now, at 10 o'clock, we're going to be doing a deep dive into the Brother FS250. I've got my quilting things ready. I've got my sewing things ready. Lots and lots of demos. If there's something on there that you'd like to see, get your messages in and I'll see what I can do. That's at 10. Now, at 11 o'clock, I have got kits you'll love. Now, including this. Let me just tell you about this. So yesterday, I launched a brand new bag pattern called the Bloomsbury and the Bedford. And yesterday, it was all about making them in tapestry fabrics, gorgeous William Morris tapestry fabrics. But when I got off air yesterday, I grabbed some PU and I made this version right here. What do you think? What do you think? I'm thrilled to bits with how it's turned out. It was super easy to make. I really enjoyed working with our lovely PU. And I've got loads of different faux leathers on that 11 o'clock show and the pattern for this bag. So if you missed out yesterday, or you weren't watching yesterday, we missed you. We missed you. But today you could do this bag in PU. So we're going to be talking about all things PU later as well. So I've got that coming up. I've also got this gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind me, which is called Soft Diamond. And this is the light version. Now, I've got single figures left of this quilt kit. I launched it yesterday. We sold out of the dark and we almost sold out of the light. I've got, I think, 8 kits left. So if you wanted to shop ahead for that, it's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I also have some extra special good news because we've managed to get 30 Sierra Nevada kits in stock for today. Now, I just need to let you know that already a few of those have gone on pre-order without me even mentioning it. So this is the full kit. This is the full kit to do the Sierra Nevada quilt. The whole thing, including your binding, you just add your own backing. Loads of you coming in for this already. So if you want to shop ahead and get your kit, and I'll also have that 11 o'clock. If I've any left, we'll talk more about it and I'll go through the pattern and stuff like that. If you want the pattern on its own, you can get that too. We've got that on the show today. But I just wanted to let you know that we've got, but they're really, I'm totally honest with you about how many we've got. And so now we've got quite a few less than 30 kits, but we started with 30. So it's a very small restock, but better than nothing, eh? We've got the tangled pattern as well, which is just, you saw that next to it. We'll have that at 11 o'clock as well. And as I say, we've got that brand new Bloomsbury and Bedford bag pattern. So you got the Bloomsbury, which I showed you a second ago, in the PU, but also within that pattern, you also get the Bedford purse. So this is the bag. Don't they look different? Done in tapestry and done in PU. That's the Bloomsbury. You also get the pattern for the Bedford, which is this lovely zip-topped. Still got those lovely pleats and gorgeous shape. Ah, Beverly's messaged in. She says, your new bag looked great yesterday in the tapestry fabric. Looks even better in the PU. I mean, do you know, I don't make a lot in PU, but I really enjoyed making this. And it's such a different, who knew? Who knew? I mean, I expect to see a lot more PU from me in the future, and tapestry actually. It was lovely to work with. And you don't need interfacings and foams and stuff like that. Anyway, and then at 12 o'clock, I'm going to have an hour on the VQ4. Now, this is my new favourite sewing machine from Brother. It's absolutely out of this world. And I've got a full hour on that as well, which means, again, I'm going to be getting out the quilting stuff, the piecing stuff. We're going to be sewing. I'm going to be demoing. We're going to have a proper deep dive into that machine. So whether you're in the market for a machine or not, loads of tips and ideas and loads of technical know-how, lots of reasons to stay with me and keep me company today. It's you and me and the wonderful team here in the studio. At this point, let's just say a quick hello to the gallery. Hey guys. There they are. Nonchalant, Ben, nonchalant. There's our Ben, give us a wave. And our and our Bruce. Hello, Bruce. He won't show his face. And then we've also got Dan on floor. I'm sure I'll get him to put in an appearance later. Right, okay, let's dive in then. Oh, morning to Vada, who says good morning. Morning to Hillary, and morning to Delia, who says, good morning, Stuart. I will be watching this morning along with your other friends, so you are not alone. Oh, bless you, my darling. That's lovely. Right, now, I am really excited to show you this next product. Oh, my goodness me. This is so cool. Now, I've only ever had this in once before, and it sold out completely. I haven't seen this before. I had a quick go with it. It's absolute genius. Right, what am I talking about? It's the Hemline Seam Guide Tape. Have a look at this stuff. So this is almost like a washi tape, okay? But rather than just being decorative, it's purposeful. That pink line marks the center position. The white lines are 1/4 of an inch either way. So what you do is you peel off a strip of this stuff and then you stick it down, here we go, on the bed of your sewing machine, and you want to line up the pink line with the center needle position, which for me is stitch number 2. So you line that up with the center needle position. Right, the glasses are going on. It's going to get serious. Oh gosh, they're filthy. Honestly. Right, so you get it all lined up like that. Right, here we go. So then, let's say first of all, we wanted to do stitch and flip corners, yeah? Flippy corners. So I've got my 2 fabrics. I've got like a rectangle and a square. And all you've got to do here is line up. Now I'm actually going to put a little bit of extra tape on here. So you can put it as far down as you want to as a guide, but you definitely want it at least to the front of your machine, okay? So what you're going to do then is you've just got to line up can you see the tip with that pink line? Yeah? And you're just going to keep an eye on that. So you're going to make sure that that tip stays on the pink line. All the way. Okay, it's genius. It's genius because look, can you see what's happened? I've stitched, wait a minute. There we go. Look, I've stitched from corner to corner with no marking. So I've done my stitch and flip corner with no marking. Now that is, and it's super, super accurate. And I deliberately did a big, now that was a 4-inch square, it's a big square. Game changing, absolutely game changing. Now you did notice that what I had to do, because it was such a big square, was to extend that tape to the very front of the machine. If you have a look down here, originally I had my tape just here to the front of the bed and I extended it down here. And that was so that when I lined it up, even the tip, I could get that lined up down here. So that was how I managed with that really big square. But for smaller squares, that isn't going to be something you'll probably have to do. Janice from Hampshire says, Morning Stuart, this tape is a brilliant guide on my machine. It seems much more accurate. I totally agree, and I see what you did there. Now, if you wanted to do half square triangles, where we're going to sew 1/4 of an inch either side, this is what you'll do. So instead of lining up your fabric, the point of your fabric, with the pink line, you will line it up with the white line, okay? So this white line here. So if I just shuffle this forward, I've got everything lined up. So I'm, again, center needle position, okay? Nicely lined up, can you see? So I'm keeping that against the white line all the way. Okay, I've done one side, turn it around, and then same again on the white line and all the way across. No marking. Now, I mean, I love on my Brother sewing machine that I have got the laser light, of course. But if you can't run to £2,500, £3,000 for that machine, for £4.99, you can have the tape. Isn't it cool? And look, I'm just going to snip off my threads, and then all I need, can you see? Look, I've got my stitch line now. Can you see? I've sewn 1/4 of an inch either side of the centre line, and now all I'm going to do is snip through the centre. Now you could rotary cut this, but I've got scissors. It's such a cool little device. And here are my half square triangles all made. Now if you're thinking to yourself, yeah, but Stuart, the problem is that tape now has gone over where I put my bobbin in, okay? So, of course, you get a whole roll of tape, but all you're going to do to get into your bobbin case, just peel that back. You can get into your bobbin case, change your bobbin, and then just smooth that down. This is going to be good for a while, but then when you're, you know, if it's not sticky anymore, you've got a whole roll of tape. You get loads. You actually get 10 metres. 10 metres. Now, if you think that that piece there is about 6 inches, so you've got loads. You've got loads. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. It's going to last for ages. I think it's an absolutely brilliant, brilliant bit of kit. I will show that again at 11 o'clock. I think it's brilliant. I think it's absolutely brilliant. It works really, really well. Very, very easy to use. Right, it's back in stock today. It won't stick around, so grab yours while you get the chance. Morning to Tina, morning to Mo, morning to Claire as well, who've all messaged it on Facebook. Right, before we go any further, Ben, we're going to do some Easter fabrics by the half metre. Now, I've only got these 4 fabrics, okay, so I'm going to start off with the most Eastery fabrics of all, which are Easter eggs, of course. These would be absolutely lovely to make some quick cushions or quick pillows for the beds. If you're having the grandchildren to stay over Easter, it would be lovely to do them a little cushion or pillow. You could even do a little pocket pillow. We'll do the seafoam first, which is this one here. So these are very sort of Fabergé, aren't they? Highly decorative. I love the fact that it's a vertical stripe as well. Very, very nice for cutting and piecing. You could do amazing fussy cuts with these. Great kaleidoscope effects. Applique them. You could cut them out, stuff them, back them and stuff them as well, and do little decorations, almost like trapunto as well, or hanging decorations. You could also make some lovely little Easter bags out of these. So small tote bags about sort of this size, about that size, yeah, with a little handle for going on an Easter egg hunt, which would be absolutely lovely. You could absolutely make the Bloomsbury or the Bedford using this. That would be gorgeous. If you were going to use quilt weight cotton to make that bag, you'd want to use something like either H640 or quilt wadding. Quilt it just to give it a little bit more substance, because in the pattern you're using more like tapestries or PUs, which are a bit firmer. But yeah, just add some H640. Lovely though, really, really pretty fabric that. But like I say, if you fussy cut that, gosh, amazing. Right, ivory also available. Super, super decorative, beautiful fabric this. Really like that. You can cut it vertically or horizontally. You could make a really nice border. Border. Like so, yeah. Or you could also make more of a vertical border, like so. Imagine that going around. Or, placemats. So you could have that down one end, and then maybe a solid. Just trying to find something that would go with that. I'm just going to grab this fabric quickly because I think the colour might look all right. It's a little bit pale, but anyway, you get the idea. So you could do a placemat like that, you see, where you've got that down one end, this down the other, and quilt it. That would be really nice for over the Easter celebrations, wouldn't it? I've already started planning my baking. Simnel cake, of course. Love that. Who doesn't love marzipan? Well, there we go. I've just thrown that out there now. Do you love marzipan? Do you hate marzipan? Have you had a bad experience with marzipan? Don't tell me about that. Oh, now I had a Bakewell pudding once in Bakewell, and it was amazing. It was amazing. But I also like a Mr. Kipling's Bakewell tart, which is nothing like a Bakewell pudding. I don't remember where I bought it from, to be fair. We were on holiday in Bakewell. It was very nice in Bakewell. Right, and the other two fabrics are this wonderful mixture of, they almost look like Victorian decoupage sort of motifs. Do you see? So seafoam first, and you've got on there things like I think these are hares. So Easter hares. And you've got gorgeous little flowers, roses, ranunculus, maybe magnolia, I think. Pretty. And trees and green and topiary. I just think they're lovely. Gorgeous. This is nice too. You could use this and use something like a fine line Pigma pen to write someone's name on there, couldn't you? You could use that quite effectively. So that's that one. I don't think it's the Easter Bunny, but maybe a hare. And then we've also got it on the ivory, which again, I just think is a really lovely fabric. Nan asks on Facebook, "Morning, Stuart, would you please mind showing me how to thread the needle on the Brother sewing machine? Can't figure out what I'm doing." Yeah, no worries at all. I absolutely will, Nan, in the 10 o'clock hour. At 10 o'clock, I'm doing a deep dive into the Brother FS250, and that will include threading it. So absolutely, yes, I will. So there we go. That's that gorgeous Riley Blake fabric, really nice quality too. So that's a fun little selection of Easter fabrics. Next up, we're going to do this gorgeous bundle. Now, I love the combination of pink, red, and like a seafoam, duck egg blue. I think it's absolutely lovely. Now, you're getting the panel for free. That panel is $14.99. These are very me fabrics. These are, oh, that's lovely. You see that little bit? Oh, this is beautiful. Really like this range. So you're getting all of these fabrics by the half metre of each. I mean, there is plenty there to do a double quilt with a coordinate, because we've got now how many there? 12 different fabrics, 6 meters of fabric there. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, 6 meters of fabric, and then your panel for $14.99, but you're actually getting this panel for free. So if you wanted to make a quick quilt, oh, how pretty. That's lovely. So it's like a sort of wheelbarrow type thing, filled with beautiful blooms and some little lovebirds at the top. Oh, that's pretty. And it says there, you and me. Oh, I like that. That's really cute. So you get that panel completely free, and then all these beautiful coordinates. Now, 6 meters of fabric is plenty to make a quilt, but I would definitely add in, I would probably go with white solid or a white on white, maybe a tiny tonal from Lewis and Irene would work really well for that, a white on white print. And then, oh gosh, there's so many quilt patterns you could do. Tangled would be nice in this. Sewing Street. This is from Simone on the Isle of Man. Morning, lovely Stuart. The only bad experience with marzipan, I knew I'd get one, is when there is not enough. I am a lover of marzipan, Simone, so I agree. Thanks to all the team for a lovely morning ahead. Ah, thank you, Simone. That's lovely. We are going to have a lovely morning. I am certain of it. Yeah, love it. I love it when I ice and marzipan things like the Christmas cake, because there's always bits left, there's offcuts, and you can't use them for anything other than nibbling. But also baked in the middle of a simnel cake, that disc of marzipan that becomes all kind of gooey and sticky, and oh, can you tell I'm not eating cake at the moment? Okay, right. Now, before we go any further, controversial, but I mentioned 2 sewing machines. Lots and lots of you are putting sewing machines in your baskets. So we're going to get them on screen and we're going to get the prices down, because we're doing great prices. Let's start with the FS250. Now, this is the Maker's Edition. You get your walking foot, your darning foot, your Teflon non-stick foot, and your invisible zipper foot thrown in for free. You're also getting a rolled hem foot and a sliding piping foot in there as well for free, plus all of your regular feet that you'd expect. An extension table, 250 stitches, 8 buttonholes and 3 alphabets. You are not paying £799. You're going to pay £399 today. Now, if you go onto the Brother website, this machine is £849. So you are getting better than half price. I'm going to do a deep dive at 10 o'clock. But if you want to get this in your basket and checked out now, remember you've got a 3-year warranty, you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee. If it's not for you, you can send it back to us. You can also take split pay on this if you want. 3 split pays, £133 today, gets it home in 3 to 5 days. That's the Brother FS250. I have low double figures, by the way, just to let you know. Low double figures. That's why we're doing it now. My producer, Ben, lovely Ben's just said in my ear, we need to get the price established because we've got low double figures and lots of you interested. Now, the VQ4, an absolute amazing, it's blown my mind machine. It's my current favourite, love it. And it's as close to the machine I've got in my studio as possible, actually. £3,499. Now, it's actually dropping a full £500, £2,999. 5 split pays available, okay, 0% interest, and it's a £4.95 postage to get it home. £599.80 to get it home. Fabulous. You've got over 400 stitches, you've got alphabets, you've got an 11.75 inch throat space on that machine, which is the biggest throat space of any machine here at Sewing Street. You've also got an enormous extension table. I mean, I'm gonna compare it later on with the one from a standard machine just to show you the difference because it's amazing. You've also got an incredible integrated walking foot, which literally senses the thickness of your fabrics to ensure you get even perfect stitches. You've got your darning quilting free motion foot. You've got loads of extra feet as well, 14 automatic one-step buttonholes, you've got alphabets, it's just amazing. You've also got an ultrasonic sensor pen for precision placement. You've got a laser light on there as well, and the most amazing needle threader you've ever seen. So that is coming up at 12 o'clock, a deep dive. Just wanted to mention that because lots of you got these in your baskets. Okay, so as I say, really beautiful. Let's do these fabrics by the half metre. We'll start though with the panel. Okay, so £14.99. This is brand new from Riley Blake. And just yummy. I made a quilt, again, with Riley Blake. This is a colour combination Riley Blake do, and I am there for it. I think it's gorgeous. I love the pink, the red, and the beautiful aqua blue together. It's a really pretty colour combination. Very pretty. This would make a gorgeous wall hanging on its own or a quilt on its own. You could just bind, quilt it, bind it. Great if you want to practice your quilting, your free motion quilting, because it's very forgiving. Quilting a panel is a very, very good way of practicing your quilting. So I definitely recommend that. But also you could add borders, you could add piecing. This could be the center of a quilt, couldn't it? It's a big panel for £15.99. It's almost a metre of fabric. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You could definitely just layer and quilt this and then just put a binding on, and that's a lovely, lovely quilt. Right, let's do the fabrics by the half metre. Shall we start with those lovely big florals? Because this is what I would put as a border, excuse me, around that panel. You've 2 different options. Let's do the blue first. The code ends 40, yeah. So a lovely medium large scale print. I'll just put my hands there for comparison. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful design. Sort of folk art florals. Very pretty. Love that combination. And love these soft sort of taupes in there as well. So if you wanted to bring in something like silver mink from our solids range, silver mink would be a gorgeous addition. Maybe as a little flange or a little inner border. Very nice. We've also got that in red. Again, beautiful. Really lovely. Just a tiny touch of that soft blue. Oh, Sue's messaged on Facebook. She says, good morning to my favourite presenter. Well, I was guaranteed that I would read that comment out, Sue. Thank you. I love marzipan and always have a box of Bakewell tarts in the cupboard. Oh, pop round. Nice and sweet and not too bad on the calories. True enough. Deborah says, hi, Stuart. Great show as usual. Is the Brother FS250 suitable for a beginner? Have a great day, Deb in Devon. Honestly, if this could be your beginner machine, it will take you through to your advanced days. Genuinely, it'll do everything. And the thing that a lot of beginners do, which holds them back, is they get a machine that's got too little on it. And then you have to upgrade because you very quickly learn that you need lots of other stitches, decorative stitches, alphabets, things like that. This, it is so easy to use, so simple, but has literally got everything, and you've got things like your walking foot and your dining foot included, so no extra expenditure, even when you grow into dressmaking and quilting and everything else you might want to do. Great machine. Right, okay, absolutely beautiful, really lovely. I've only got 10 meters of that left. If you want that one in particular, be pretty for dressmaking too. Now, this is a pretty one. Really pretty, these. Love these. Let's do this one first. Ending 1/8. So again, it's almost like a gingham, but not a gingham, but it has that sort of look and feel. This would be nice as an inner border or binding around that panel. £7.99 a half metre. Really good price. Really good price on this. But again, not big quantities, about 10 metres of each of these, really. I've also got that in red. And that combo of red and soft pink is just lovely. Ah, Steph says, morning, Stuart. Bit nippy this morning. Lovely to see you. It is nippy. It is, but no ice on the car. No ice on the car. We like that. Pretty. Love that. That lovely combination of red and pink. Now, little love hearts. Such a useful fabric. Gorgeous. Again, let's start with this one. With that bit of sea foam. Be really nice to line a bag. What about a little girl's dress? Or a shirt in that? Derek, if you're watching, a shirt in that would be delicious. Really nice. Half a metre, £7.99. For a shirt, short sleeve 2.5 metres, long sleeve 3. Thank you. Off to buy one, Deb. Oh, bless you, Deb. Honestly, Deb, you'll love it. You'll love it. And it's such an easy machine to make. Lynn in Oxfordshire says, I've got the FS250. It's a brilliant machine and easy to use. Thoroughly recommend it. Thank you, Lynn. That means a lot. Thank you. It is super easy to use. And I think that's the thing for all of us. None of us want to need a degree in sewing before we can use a sewing machine, right? This is lovely. Red and white, absolutely classic. Are you seeing all the triangles on top of triangles? The more you look. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I want to make pattern weights with that fabric. Pyramid-shaped pattern weights. Right, another floral. Smaller scale this time. Got 2 different colourways for this one. Looks so different. Looks so different. Let's do this one first. So this is kind of heavy on the red and that little bit of aqua as well. Again, I've only got 10 meters of these. Not got many units of these at all. Very, very pretty. What about summery sun hats? This is the softer version. Again, I think this would be lovely if you wanted to make maybe a nursery quilt. Very pretty for for that's little girl's room. Very nice. Little ditzy floral. Again, 2 different colourways. It's really sweet, isn't it? This one first. White background. So as I say, if I was picking a solid to go with this, I'd go white. I'd go with proper snow white. Lulu's got in touch saying, morning Stuart, it was lovely to see you on Saturday. My daughter said I was smiling so. Lulu, I really enjoyed chatting to you as well. It was lovely. I so enjoyed that show. I was there from opening to closing every day that I was there because there was so much to see and do. It was yummy. And here's the other colourway, that gorgeous pink. Tight little ditty. Again, I'll put my hands there so you can see the scale of the print. Real sort of tiny little, again, really nice for dressmaking as well, these. And then the last print has kind of bubbles and hearts. This one first. Love those little bubbles, darling. Fiona says, good morning to the best presenter ever. Getting it on a t-shirt. Thank you, lovely. I had my sea swim at 6:30 a.m. I've just shivered, Fiona, so I could spend the morning with you. Fabulous fabrics this morning. Shame I've no pocket money left. Watch for inspiration. Stay with us for inspiration, Fiona. Tips, tricks, and a bit of know-how, hopefully. Last one then. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Now I've got another bundle of lovely fabrics to share with you, also with a panel. And these have been really, really popular. This is brand new today. Oh, look. Loving that. Loving that. Now, you're getting 9.5 metres, 4.5 metres. Look at the little face there. And you also get a panel. So I'm going to start off by showing you the panel. You're actually saving $7.99 on this bundle. The panel is absolutely gorgeous. Excuse me. Look, it's like woodland, nighttime. Now you could layer this and quilt this as a whole panel. Oh, are we crashing the bundle? $86.90. Nope. Nope. I told you you're making a saving. Here's the saving. Is it going under 80? Yeah, $78.91. Love it. Oh, this is gorgeous. Look, you've got all your... Now, you could cut these out and piece it back together again with some other fabrics. But look, it's gorgeous. Little hedgehog, little sleepy squirrel there. There's Bambi. It's not Bambi, obviously. Love this centre. That's gorgeous. So you've got your panel, and then look at these lovely coordinates. So you've got a sort of scenic in 3 different colourways. There's like a seafoam and navy and that lovely kind of soft grey. How gorgeous. Oh, actually, is this different or is this the same? Oh, it's the same. It is the same. It looks so different in different colourways. So you get those 3, okay, and then you also get the wolves, the little owls flying through the sky. Did you know that to-wit, to-woo is not one owl, but 2 owls talking to each other? One goes twit and the other one goes woo. It's the call and the return. Yeah. Woo. You see? That's that. So you get those 2 as well. And then you also get this gorgeous... Oh, that's lovely. That's really cute. I love fabrics like this. Look, that's beautiful. Now, I'd be buying that to back a quilt as well because I'm seeing quilting lines that I could quilt from the back and not have to mark the quilt. So you quilt from the reverse. That would be gorgeous. And then you've got this print, 2 colourways, the navy and that lovely soft kind of sagey sea foam with the little acorns on. And then last of all, this is all part of your 9.5 metres, your coordinates. Look, you get this one. Super cute. You're saving £7.99, which takes the price to £78.91. That is for 9.5 metres and that big panel. I'm going to show you the panel again. It's really good value. Really good value. Look at that gorgeous panel. Absolutely lovely. This would be a stunning, I mean, that just on its own, you could layer and quilt and bind that. And I would probably go for something like that or that for the binding. And I might even go to our lovely solids and pick out, I'm sure we've got like a sort of like tobacco-y brown, like this sort of colour, which you might put a little border, inner border or a flange or something here. Yum. Right, let's do them by the 1/2 metre. They've been popular like that too. Start with the panel. The panel is available, isn't it? Great. Oh, I've only got 3 of these panels left. I've got 3 panels left. I'll let you make up your mind. Steph says, I better get up. My cat is waiting on the landing for me. Bless him. Ah, I'm coming to wake you up. Time for breakfast, Mum. Emma says, morning, Stuart and team. I just dropped my son off to school, so I'm catching an hour before I start my maths lesson at 9:30. That sounds like a serious morning. Love the fabric, but I've spent too much already this month. Have a fab day. Oh, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I have been stocking up recently, but it's that fear of missing out, isn't it? When I see the lovely fabric, I just have to get it. This is gorgeous. It has sold out now on its own. If you want to get the panel now, go for that big bundle with all the lovely coordinates. Good luck with that. Right, let's do that gorgeous scenic. 3 colours. There's like a sea foam, and there's the grey, and there's the navy. Let's start with the navy one that ends 08. How much do we have? Okay, right. So I'm thinking lounge pants. Yeah? Like PJ bottom style. Yeah. That would be cute. 100% cotton. Really nice. Yeah. Navy t-shirt. Lounging around. Watching a bit of telly. We had our Miss Marple Sunday, by the way, as usual, but we watched the new Towards Zero adaptation, okay, which this may be an unpopular opinion, but I hated it. I can't believe I'm saying that. The best thing about it was we had toasted crumpets and butter and Marmite on mine. And it's called Towards Zero, and it's a new adaptation, and I really, really wanted to like it. For a start off, it was so... Miss Marple's not in it. It's supposed to be Miss Marple. She wasn't in it. They'd taken her out and put someone else in. So there was no Miss Marple, which I wasn't happy about. But also, it was just... It was so dark. It was so dark. Like shadowy. I could barely see what was going on the screen most of the time, and I never stopped complaining about it. Yeah, didn't like it. Watched it all, but didn't like it. Anyway, grey. I love that. It's gorgeous. It's cute. Folksy. Right, and then we've got the seafoam version. These would be nice, actually, if you've got kids in the family who are maybe scouts, brownies, Girl Guides, you know, that kind of thing. It's quite woodsy. It's quite let's go camping, you know, the lining of a rucksack or something like that to take to summer camp. That would be fun. or lunch bags or something like that. Let's do the little acorns. There's 2 colourways of this, the navy and the seafoam. Should we do the navy first? See, I love my blue and white quilts, and I'd be sneaking that into all sorts. It's just a really good, nice navy print with some lovely designs on it. Just a very good stash fabric, that. £7.99 a half metre. I haven't got loads of that. I've also got it in that gorgeous, soft, sagey seafoam. Yeah, totally agree, Steph. You can't beat Joan Hickson as Miss Marple. Margaret Rutherford was fabulous. She did it for laughs, didn't she? She was a bit of a comedy Marple. But yeah, Joan Hickson. Oh, dearie me. Oh, no. Oh, I've been completely stupid. Used to love that. Lisa Lamb's got in touch. Morning, Lisa. She says, yes, Stuart, another Marmite devotee. Have you tried Marmite peanut butter? Oh, yes, I have. Oh, yeah. Actually swirled together, or I just get 2 jars and gorgeous. Charlie hates both. Charlie can't bear the sight or the smell of Marmite or peanut butter, and I love them both. So it's 1 point of difference. The owls next. The owls, the walls. Let's do this lovely soft seafoam. That's such a pretty, delicate print, isn't it? Really pretty, yeah, it's lovely. This has been very popular. Mint. I like the little moons and stars in the background too. And there's the navy. It's a much bolder design, isn't it, in the navy? Indigo, lovely kind of deep dark navy, gorgeous. Oh, Ange, she says it was below 0 today in the sea. I only managed 30 minutes of it. I wouldn't have even managed 30 seconds. Oh, I think you're very brave. I think it's amazing that you do sea swimming. The very thought of it. You can just about drag me into the ocean in Australia in the summer when it's really warm. Just about. There we go. Gorgeous. Great price again, $7.99. Beautiful. And then the last one, those little faces peeping out. Cute. It's lovely, isn't it? Cute. Again, I could sneak this into all sorts. Lovely. Oh yeah, Ange tried below 0, only managed 30 minutes of it. Yeah, I was at the same point, Ange. I was about 30 minutes in, and I said to Charlie, I don't know if I can watch all of this. And he said, well, why don't we watch it to the end, and then we'll see. And well, at that stage, we might as well just watch the rest of it. It was an excuse, actually. We just wanted an excuse to light the log burner and toast crumpets and just sit and enjoy each other's company. So that's what we did, and so it was just sort of on in the background. But yeah, it was very disappointing. Didn't like it. Very surprised at myself. I think if Miss Marple had been in it, I would have liked it more. Anyway, I have spoken. I've got that off my chest. Here we go. Oh, now Call the Midwife makes me absolutely blart. I can usually get about 10 minutes in before I start crying. Yes. Oh, lovely. Right, so here's our new bundle. It's gorgeous. It's been ever so popular. It's been ever so popular. You get 9.5 meters, such a lovely colour combination as well. You also get the panel. Now, you can't get the panel any other way but in this bundle, because it's sold out on its own. I'm just going to flip it out. Look at that, it's lovely. It's so vibrant as well. Even though it's sort of darker colours, it's still really vibrant. And you could cut it apart, cut out those individual squares. You could leave it as it is and quilt it and bind it. You could add some borders around the outside edge maybe. I think as well, like this colour here, we do a solid that's this colour. Is it cloud? It's this sort of colour. I think it would. And also misty blue. With a few solids that would go ever so well. Duck egg would work. I think we also we have a navy that we call Midnight. That's super dark. That would be nice. Or our navy would work. Lovely. Anyway, make sure you go through for that. Now, just to let you know also, the sewing machines are proving very popular. Now, I've got very limited stock of both the FS250 at £399 today and also the VQ4 saving £500. So either way, go for it. Today's a great day. All right, we're going to go to a little break, and then when we come back, I have more loveliness to share with you, so don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there. So, just me today. So it's you and me. Great chance to get your questions in, requests, or just email in or message us and, be in touch. Be the guests on my show today. Now we're going to jump in with some extra wide backing fabrics. There is one quilting job that I am not keen on, and that is joining fabrics together for backings, particularly for bigger quilts. Personally, I find it a bit of a drag. So I love extra wide backing fabrics, but they're also wonderful as fabrics in their own right. They're 100% cotton. They're usually about 108 inches wide, so about sort of 2 3/4 of the width of regular fabric. So you get a lot of fabric for your money. You can use them for the front of your quilt as well, for your borders, for your piecing. You can also use them for dressmaking, home decor projects, or those big projects that require a lot of fabric. So things like a big beanbag chair, or maybe like cushions for the garden. Let's dive in with these two first of all. I think this is so pretty. I think they're a bit Cath Kidston. They're a bit Cath Kidston, aren't they? They're Riley Blake. I'm going to start with the blue one, ending 7.5. I love that shade of kind of jeans blue. And then with those gorgeous vibrant florals. Now, you are getting 1/2 metre for £14.99. Now, if you think about it, £14.99 is about the price of, actually fairly low cost quilt weight cotton. £14.99 for a regular 1 metre. This is 1/2 metre, but you're getting 2 3/4 of the regular width. I'll show you. So if you wanted to make something like some gorgeous, pretty cushions, this would be a very, very good way of doing it, because you've got kind of about, nearly 20 inches in width in your 1/2 metre, but then look at all this lovely fabric. Now, I would just grab some solids, maybe a red, a pink, a gorgeous bright corn yellow, and a green, and I would do covered piping cord around the outside edge, and probably for an envelope backing or a zip back. Out of 1/2 metre, you would easily get, you'd get 4 cushion fronts that big. So if you were going square, you'd easily get 4 and then have some leftovers as well. You could use this to make my Bloomsbury bag, which would be amazing. And actually, you'd get at least 2, if not 3 bags out of 1/2 metre. Out of 1/2 metre, yeah? You'd want to layer it with some wadding and quilt it. But yeah, absolutely, absolutely. June says, I love the idea of using backing fabric for dressmaking, but can never work out the meterage needed. I think that's a really, really good point. What I would say is, think about it with the fabric the other way round. So the width is like the length. Yeah. And then I would go with the width. So I reckon, I'm not explaining myself very well. I suppose the thing is, what you need to do, June, is get your pattern pieces out and lay them out, or look at the layout on your pattern, see how they're laid out, and then I would do a sketch showing the bigger area and how many of those layouts you can fit onto it side by side to work out the amount. It's a very, very bad explanation, I apologise. I could show you easily that I could tell you. Anyway, right, that's that. Here's the light one, kind of white background. Now, I think that would be really pretty to make a sundress out of, or a pair of trousers. Oh, Charmaine, I'm going to take this as an invite. Charmaine says, Stuart, you need to come to New Zealand and do some quilting classes. Yes, yes. I don't need to be asked twice. Yes, I'd love to. I'd love to. Yeah. Oh, yes. My Antipodean tour. I've never been to New Zealand. I've been to Australia many times, never been to New Zealand. High time I did. This is gorgeous, isn't it? 108 inches wide, 100% cotton. And if you want to buy in advance for a quilt, 2.5 meters, 5 units will do up to a queen size, and 3 meters or 6 units will do a king size. Now you could also make your own duvet covers using these extra wides, and if you're used to buying sort of really lovely quality bedding, it's actually quite a bit cheaper to make your own. I mean, obviously, you can't compare making your own to buying something like a polycotton duvet set. But if you're used to buying, you know, your 100% cotton, really good brands, then it's actually quite a bit cheaper to make your own. And very easy. Very easy. Right, that's those two. I'm going to pick, now this is our Dan, our cameraman Dan's favourite. This ends 1-9. Ooh. Now this is a taste of things to come, isn't it? This is an Odile fabric. Oh, that's gorgeous. See, now this is lovely because this is a taste of things to come in the summer, isn't it? These gorgeous petunias, the Safina petunias, the stripy ones, lovely. Again, really vibrant. I could again imagine using this for dressmaking to make a gorgeous, full-skirted, ooh, sort of 50s style, can you imagine? Dress, hello, lovely. Absolutely gorgeous for a wedding or a big fascinator. Yeah, don't you think? Or this would be an amazing backing for something like a K-facet quilt or an Odile quilt. If you bought the recent quilt kit that we had on with Delphine during birthday week, remember? The books, the library one, that would be an amazing backing fabric for that. You'd want 2.5 meters, so 5 units. What's that, 220 by 220? So you would need 2.5 meters, 5 units. What's the width of this in, yeah, 2.5 meters. That's Wendy in Cheshire. I'm here for you. That's my job. That's my job. Right, next up, these are lovely. Really like these. Really like these. I'll show you both of them next to each other. They both have a sort of similar style. Now remember, you can use these for your piecing, for your blocks, for your sashings, your borders. It's not just for backing your quilt with. These are gorgeous quilt weight cotton. They're going to work just as well on the front of your quilt as on the back. Let's start with the purple background. Yes, slightly smaller scale than this one. It's only ever been out once. It's really lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. It reminds me actually of my lovely friend Nell Watmore. She's a fabulous artist, and for many years actually she designed fabrics for Free Spirit, and she uses oil pastels for her paintings, and also that was then transferred to fabric. This has a similar look. This has that gorgeous intensity of oil pastels, doesn't it? Really lush. Plum petals. Really like it. 108 inch wide again, 108 inches wide. So loads of value in half a metre. And then here's same range, also Riley Blake, plum petals. This one's called Tossed Flowers. Tossed Flowers, it's pretty, isn't it? Again, that would be lovely for dressmaking. I do think there's a little bit of trial and error required in the how much fabric do I need for dressmaking. I get it, I really do. It's a hard one to answer because it all depends on what you're actually cutting out and the layout. I suppose where for a shirt I would buy 2.5 to 3 meters for a shirt, I would think 1.5 meters was plenty. So I'd confidently buy 1.5 meters of that, knowing I'd get a shirt out of it, you know? But that's almost sort of instinctive rather than a golden rule. Yeah? Helen says, I found you need at least 1 metre or the length of the longest pattern piece, if longer, unless there is a lot of fabric in the garment, for example, a gathered skirt. If in doubt, get 2 metres. I think that's really good advice, Helen. That's really good advice. Sue says, Stuart, I've been pondering on buying the FS250 while looking at all these beautiful fabrics. Well, I've done it. I've just ordered it. It will live at my caravan. Oh, you are living the dream. I dream of that one day. Oh, and save me having to bring my current machine with me on every trip. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it is fabulous. Like, I've got my big brother in my studio. There's no way I can take that to workshops and classes. The Brother FS250, it's still got all of the sort of the stitches, the feet, the walking foot, all of that stuff that I want and need, but in a machine that I can take to a class. Good call. Really good call, Kirsty. You'll love it. You'll love it. You're going to have your own little sewing haven. Oh, I love it. I love it. I do need to let you know, though, that Brother... I mean, you've got in, Kirsty. Well done. You've got yours. But the stock's dwindling. We haven't got very many. It's pretty low double figures and lots of you with it in your basket. Right, next up. Now, this is a range, again, done by Riley Blake. And this was done with the Royal Horticultural Society. Oh, sorry. You see me pointing. This is my coffee order. Sorry. I loved working with this range. We didn't have the backing fabric at the time. I actually saw somebody online recently who had made a like denim style jacket or shacket out of this. And it looked amazing. It honestly, it looked so beautiful. And it was like a denim jacket style. I think it probably was a shacket done in this. And I just thought, wow, it looked amazing. It looked amazing. If you've got our Hayley West's shacket pattern, you could do that. Now remember, this is 108 inches. Let me just show you what half a metre looks like, because It's amazing, really, when you see how much fabric you get for $14.99. And lovely in one strip as well. If you were doing, can you imagine if you were doing a summer wedding and you had white tablecloths or even bare tables, but you did a runner all down the table. Now, 108 inches in length is possibly going to go down the centre of your top table, or 2 lengths certainly would, wouldn't they? And you don't have to do anything fancy. If you want to just turn 1/2 metre into a table runner, here's what you do. You just do a double hem down the side, okay, and stitch it, okay. And then what you do is fold the whole thing in half, okay, stitch across the top, yeah, and then turn it through. And what you'll end up with is that, a pointed end, yeah. And then you'd have the side seams would be turned under like that. And then you could maybe add like a tassel on the end. So you don't even have to back them. And you could just run that down for a summer garden party, Mother's Day, Mothering Sunday. That's next Sunday, isn't it? I'll be here for Mothering Sunday. So share that special day with me, won't you? That's lovely. That's really lovely. Bag making. They're all suitable for that, you know. They can all be used for things like that. Beautiful. Right. While we're in a sort of floral mood, let's do these. Now, these are all Liberty. These 4 are all Liberty. So you've got some larger scale and some smaller. I'm going to start with these 2 because these are. Now, are these Emily Blossom? Let me this is such a, I mean, talk about an economical way of buying Liberty cotton print fabric. Because if you wanted to use a lot of this, if you were buying this by the 1/2 metre, regular 44-inch wide, that could stack up. Whereas buying it in extra wide, you're still getting 100% cotton. You're still getting that beautiful quality. If you wanted to make bridesmaids dresses or flower girl dresses, can you imagine your flower girls all in these with little daisy headbands? Wouldn't that be adorable for a summery wedding? $17.99 1/2 metre. But to back your quilts, very special. If you've been working on Alice's Wonderland, you know the 100 blocks from Alice Caroline, that gorgeous quilt, backing it, the book's called Alice's Wonderland, you could back your quilt with that. Or you could use this, which again, even more popular, this one. It's such a soft, delicate colour, isn't it? I love it. Love it. Carol says, morning, Stuart. Loving the fabrics. Have a great day. Love, Carol. Thank you, darling. Kirsty says, I always get 2 metres of extra wide for a full-length dress, and I'm at the curvier end of the sizing. Hope that helped. That's brilliant. Thank you for that, Kirsty. Yeah. I think between 1.5 and 2 metres of an extra wide for dressmaking is probably going to cover most bases, unless it's very full skirted, very long, you know, but still a very economical way of doing it. And we keep these fabrics in stock as best we can as well. That's gorgeous. Absolutely love that. Remember, 5 units, 2.5 metres, will back up to queen size. 6 units, 3 metres, will back up to king size. Lots of you going for this. It's lovely. Right, 2 more Liberties. This is limited stock. This is limited stock. Now, to put that into context, I've got 6 metres left. So if you're going for king size, that's 2 customers. To back a king size quilt, I've got enough for 2 customers. Because you'll want 3 metres each. Very, very pretty fabric this. That again would be gorgeous for the border of a quilt or alternate blocks. Now, what about using this to help you use up some scraps? So here's what you're going to do. You're going to get this, okay, about 1 metre of this. Go to your stash, pick out all the golds, all the mustards, all the yellows, all of the corals, the pinks, the vibrant not turquoises, magentas. Basically, pick out, but don't just pick out this green, every light, medium and dark tone of these greens, and then piece blocks, maybe with a little of this in the blocks, and then have this for your sashings or your alternate blocks, and that on a border, and that will pull the whole thing together. So about 1 metre of this, plus your scraps, equals one amazing quilt. Even better if you back it with it as well. Very limited chances on that now. Right, next up, our last Liberty. And this is a very elegant, and although it's a large print, it's a subtle print. Quite William Morrissey, isn't it? It's got that sort of Art Nouveau stylised elegance to it, hasn't it? Orchids, I think, aren't they? And made in Italy. Well, it says pansies. I think they look more like orchids, but that's just me. That looks like a pansy. 3 metres of this left, though, and it's gone. How did that happen? Just 3 metres left. Okay. See, I was folding them up and now I'm just throwing them in a pile. Right. Now I'm going to grab my sewing machine for a second, because earlier on I showed you an absolutely amazing product. Let me just grab the tape. This is the seam guide tape from Hemline. And I think this is such a clever bit of kit. If your sewing machine hasn't got a laser light and you would like an alternative to having to mark the diagonal on every half square triangle that you sew, and having to mark the diagonal on your flippy corners, your stitch and flip corners, and you would like an alternative, but you don't have a laser light on your machine and you can't or don't want to run to buying a whole new sewing machine, you don't need to. You need some of this tape. £4.99 will do the job. Right, this is what it is. Let me show you. So it's almost like a washi tape, but it's marked with a pink centre line, okay, and then white lines either side. Now that pink centre line, you lay this tape down on the bed of your sewing machine, okay, and you line up that pink mark with the centre needle position. So on my machine, that's 02, and that's lined up now with the centre needle. Now this white line to this side here, this is 1/4 of an inch away from the pink, and this is also 1/4 of an inch away from the pink line. So you lay that on the bed of your sewing machine, and now you've got your guidelines for sewing. So for example, if you're doing a stitch and flip unit like this, okay, so where I want to sew a square to on the diagonal, this is what I'm making, yeah, my flippy corner. So you don't need to mark the straight line. All you do is you use your centre needle position and you line up the point of the square with the tape. Now you can't see it because it's going off the edge of the table, but you line it up like this so that, yeah, and you just stitch. And as you're sewing, you keep this mark. So you don't look at your needle or even in front of the needle, you look here and you keep your eyes on here and you keep that straight, and it will sew, you just sew straight across. And I did this earlier on and created this easy peasy, yeah? And then if you're doing half square triangles, same concept, 2 squares together, but what you do then, and I'll just show you, is instead of lining up the the point of the fabric with the pink line to sew 1/4 of an inch either side, what you do is you line that up with the white line, centre needle position, and then you'll actually be sewing on this pink line, which is 1/4 of an inch away from your mark. So you line it up here, sew, flip the whole thing around, and then line it up again, and you'll sew either side of a centre line that you didn't have to draw. That's the point. No drawing lines. You just line it up. And when you're done, you can just peel this tape off. You don't have to throw it away. You can sort of leave it to the side, stuck to your machine, and then you can stick it back down again when you want to do some more. And when it loses all its stickiness, well, you've got a 10-metre reel here for £4.99. Such an innovative product. I'm really impressed with that. Really impressed with that. And it's as simple as that. Right, more extra wide fabrics. Steph says, I love the extra wides. They work out more economical the more you buy. This is very true. This is very true. Right, next up, I've got some designs that have a lovely kind of timeless appeal. They look almost like cross stitch. So I've got 3 different colourways. I'll show you all of them. These two are fairly similar. We'll start with this one. I wanted to show you all 3 colourways. So this again is from Riley Blake. Now again, if you like the idea of quilting from the back of your quilt rather than from the front, this is a good example of a fabric that would work. So you lay your quilt up as normal, and then you put whatever thread you want to show on the front of your quilt, you actually put that in your bobbin. So if you wanted, say, pink thread on the right side of your quilt, you put the pink thread in your bobbin. Now I tend to put the same thread in the top and the bottom anyway, so. And then you actually have all of your piecing on the underside of your quilt, so you have this backing fabric facing up. And then what I would do for this one, for example, you could just use a walking foot, and then I would quilt and I would sew, and I would just follow this line, and I would sew down, and then I would go back the other way following the other side of this motif, and I would do that in one direction, and then I would go in the other direction. Or probably what I would do is I would go down and up, and then I might go a bit across. You don't have to go one way first and then the other way. You could do a mixture. So then you'd end up with like a double crosshatch on the right side of your quilt. It would probably almost look like you had it long-armed. You haven't had to mark any lines at all. You're just following the lines on the fabric. Very cute fabric too. It's a nice fabric. This one, I'll just show you the difference. The essential difference between these two is obviously the colour of the sashing, but also the colour of the cross. So this is more of a single colour. It's just kind of all the pinks. It's done with Laurie Holt. I love her designs. Very cute. This would also be really nice as a duvet cover and pillowcases, wouldn't it? 100% cotton again. And then my personal favourite is this colourway, which is the kind of the golden yellow, the blues. You know I love my blues. I just think that's gorgeous. 1/2 metre, do some quilted cushions or some quilted pillows. Oh, if you've never slept on a quilted pillow, it's yummy. They're succulent. Don't forget as well, you can use these to line or make bags. So again, what about a Bloomsbury bag in this? Right, more florals. More florals. Now, the range that we had on earlier on, the Riley Blake red and turquoise, and this is a similar style. It's been a really popular one, actually. Big scale. Gorgeous that, isn't it? You can also use these fabrics for things like curtains and blinds as well. So for example, if you wanted to make Roman blinds, I hate joining fabric for curtains and blinds as well. So this is 108 inches wide. Now, obviously you're never going to make a blind that wide. If you've got a very wide window, you want to split it up into 2 or 3 panels. But even so, this would be a very, very economical way of getting your main fabric for a blind. Or a 50s style dress. Now there's another gorgeous floral. This one has a bit more of a, I think more of a 60s or 70s vibe. I think more 60s vibe. Yeah, this is a kind of, I'm going to Carnaby Street with my friends. You can't talk to me like that. You ain't my mother. No, you know what I mean though, kind of white PVC boots and a kind of straight up and down dress done in that. Gorgeous. And a bit of rainbow. A bit of rainbow. 2 different rainbow options. Whew, there we go. There's the colour we need. Let's start with this. This would be really cool to do some simple piece blocks, because can you imagine with the stripes going the other way and to create a square on point with the stripes would be amazing. You could do some really cool things with this. And again, would be a good base fabric to start a scrap quilt. Pull out all of your scraps that go with. Use this for the border, for the sashings, or for a binding. Oh, Steph wants us to get Laurie Holt on Sewing Street. That will be fun. She's in America, of course, so I've never heard that she's come to Britain to do teaching, but if she ever does, you can count on me. I shall definitely have a word. This is lovely too. This is all the rainbow colours, all kind of ombre'd throughout. That's a good price, $12.99. There's a range of prices in extra wide backing fabric. $12.99 tends to be the lower end, so this is very, very good value. Liberty towards the upper end, $17.99 a half metre. This is a very economical one. Pop dot ombre. Like that. Right then, last 2 extra wides that I've got are 2 options in grey. Now, this has become the sort of neutral of choice for a lot of modern quilters and a lot of modern quilts. This would also fit really well. Let's go light first. This would go really well as a sort of interiors fabric too. If you wanted to do a simple quilt that was just, kind of single cloth, whole cloth, quilted, or the backing would be lovely. I think that's really subtle. Alison Marion's watching. She said, I was just looking at the previous fabrics. I was going to say a 50s style dress. We're thinking this one. If I hadn't already got my dress fabric for Becky's wedding, I would use that one. Yes, 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 yes. Lovely. And then we've got the dark grey. Like a deep, not too dark though, but isn't this fab? Love the detail. It's almost got, for me, like the Aboriginal dot painting and the dot art. It's almost got a flavour of that. I think it's gorgeous. 108 inches wide and 100% cotton. All of these are 108 wide and 100% cotton. Really fab. Right, that's our extra wide backing fabrics for this hour. I hope I've inspired some of you, at least, to have a go at making something other than a quilt backing with them. Now, something that's been selling very, very well is H630. Now, a bit of a recent discovery for me, H630. Love it. What is it, you ask? So, we use H640 a lot. Bags, wall hangings, quilted clothing. In some ways, H630 is possibly a bit more useful, particularly for things like quilted clothing and for bags, where we might want a padded but thinner layer. So H630 is about half the thickness of H640. Still got that polyester fleece on one side. Very smooth. It's not sort of fluffy at all. It's not kind of hairy. It's not going to catch on anything. So if you wanted to quilt fabric for garments that you were then going to line separately, you'd have no bother putting your main fabric on this side, leave this side just as it is, and quilt, okay, with this backing, and then line your garment as normal. Now, it's not just for garments, of course. You can use this for wall hangings, for quilted projects, for bag making. And as I say, particularly useful when you want that thinner layer, but you still want to have a quilted look. So for example, the Bloomsbury bag in PU. Now, I have just used PU and lining fabric, no interfacing at all. Now, I really love quilted PU. I think it looks very high-end, very designer, very Chanel, if I'm being honest. But of course, you need a bit of something to provide that loft, but nothing too much, otherwise the whole thing would be too stiff and bulky. H630 is perfect for that. So if you want to add it to something like a tapestry, a PU, or a thicker upholstery fabric, but still be able to quilt it, it's ideal. Now, I do just need to let you know it's flying out. I've only actually got 7 meters left. That's my entire, no, 6 meters gone, 6 meters left now. It's 90 centimeters wide, so this is the width, okay, and then it's cut to order. Last 2 meters left of this now. Yeah, fabulous stuff, fabulous stuff. These things are little sleepers, aren't they? We don't know about them until we know about them. £8.5. That is not on my desk at all. No, that's a 6.5. That's the 6.5. It's a square ruler. That's a 6.5 inch square. We'll grab it. Tools. Tools, yeah, absolutely. Right, let's have a look at some tools. I think, well, I'm going to grab magic pins to... No, in fact, let's start with that ruler. Thanks, Dan, that's brilliant. Right, thank you. Right, so this is just between us, okay? This shouldn't be on split pay. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago we had Creative Grids rulers on 3 split pays? Do you remember that day? And it was absolutely bonkers. Well, this has still got the 3 split pays on. It shouldn't, but it has. So this is a good day. So this is the Creative Grids 8.5 inch wide by 24.5 inch long ruler. So a bit like your standard rotary cutting ruler that most of us have got something like this, but this one is 8.5 inches wide. Now, that is super useful because it's almost like having an 8.5 inch square ruler and your regular ruler all in one, which makes it twice as useful in my eyes. Now, you've got your white markings. These are your single inches. And of course, everything in between. If you flip it around, you've got your extra ½ inch on this side. So now the black markings are 1.5, 2.5, 3.5 inches, which again makes your ruler twice as useful as just having regular markings on it. But they're so easy to distinguish between the two. I love having white and black markings. I found these the most useful colour and the most easily seen colour when I'm cutting on different colours of fabric, because if I'm using really dark fabric, the white markings will show up. And of course, even with your white markings, you can still easily cut a 2.5 inch strip, okay, but will show up perfectly on white fabrics. Again, if you're working on really light fabrics, you can use your black markings, and yes, 1.5 inches is shown, but also look, 1 inch is shown, 2 inches is shown, so it's just as useful either way round. Now you are getting 3 split pays, which means that you're paying £10.99 is your first split pay. Pay that today, get the ruler home while it's still sneakily on split pay. Shouldn't be, but it is. You've just got to take advantage. You've got to take advantage. The other thing, just quickly while we're here, is that you've got all the benefits of the 8.5 inch square ruler as well. So look, you've still got, excuse me, you've still got really clearly your 45-degree line. You've got your 60-degree line, okay? So if you're wanting to square up units, you've got, so you can square up your half square triangles and so on. You've got all of those. Now, while we're talking about sneaky split pays that shouldn't be there, I've also got the teeny weeny 1.5 inch square. This is the 1.5 inch square. This is also on split pay, which means your split pay is £2.99. Is that right? Brilliant, brilliant. £2.99 to get it home. Brill. 1.5 inch square. You can rotary cut. So you can do things like box bottoms on bags with this. You can also cut out, obviously, 1.5 inch squares for something like what we call a postage stamp quilt, which is the ultimate scrap quilt. Just, I mean, if it's not, if you haven't got a 1.5 inch square, it's not a scrap I'd keep, personally. It would be little tiny bits that would go for the rag collection for charity. You might collect smaller scraps, but I don't. But 1.5 inch, really good. If you bought anything today for an extra £2.99 on split pay, you might as well get it home. Yeah, really useful. Love that. Okay, right, I've also got, have I got the 6.5 inch square ruler? Yeah. It's not on split pay, but it is one of my favourite rulers. It is one of my favourite rulers. It's $14.99, 6.5 inch square. I mean, I rarely go above this size for things like half square, quarter square, triangles, flying geese. Scrap quilting, it's my best friend. When I've strip cut, you know, cut long strips with my long ruler, when I want to subcut into rectangles and squares, this is the ruler I grab because it's quick and easy to manipulate and cut. It just makes cutting so quick. So it's a really good one to have in your stash of rulers for $14.99. It is non-split pay, but still worth getting while we've got it on air. $14.99, it's a great price, and it's such a, if I only had 2 rulers, a 6.5 by 24.5 inch, and this, I'd be very happy. I could do what I do. That's that. That's that. Let's do magic pins. Let's do magic pins. Because I've recently invested in the blue, the quilting pins, and I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed. And it takes a lot to impress me with pins. I never thought I'd be impressed with pins, but if you've bought cheap pins, you'll know that it really was money down the drain. Let's do the pack of 50 first. So these are, I would say these are your best general purpose pins out of all of them. Personally, I'm going to say it now, I'd go for the pack of 100 because £12.99, £19.99, isn't it? Twice as many for 90. I would do that. That's what I've got. And I guard them with my life almost, because they are an investment, and I acknowledge that, but they are absolutely worth it. And in a way, it's reminded me that none of these little things should be regarded as throwaway. So I'm much more careful about picking all my pins up and putting them back in the box instead of just leaving them scattered everywhere, which is good, I think. You get the little box, which I keep mine in. The tip is heat resistant. So it's silicone, so it's very easy to grip and comfortable to grip, but also heat resistant. So even a 3-spot iron glanced over them will not melt them. Now, obviously, you know, no one needs to do the test of leaving their iron on for half an hour to see if they can make them melt, because you will, okay? They're not indestructible. But I've certainly gone over plastic-headed pins before now, melted them, haven't you? These would not melt if you glance the iron over them, even on a 3-spot. So they are good, and also they're a lovely, sharp, slender. They're not super fine, so they're not going to, you know, bend at the slightest pressure, but they're also going to glide through your quilt weight cottons and your patchwork really, really well. If I'm doing something quick, like quilting something small and I just want to quilt it quickly, I'll stick some pins through rather than safety pins as well. So I'll use them for that too. But I would say they absolutely are worth the investment, because you're getting 100 pins with the box for £19.99. You know, gorgeous quality. And I think it's a realistic price for something that is really good quality and something, if you look after them, are going to last you for years and years. These are gorgeous. And I like, as I say, I like the fact that I'm sort of a bit precious about my pins now, because I think that's good. It's good for me, it's better for the environment, it's, you know, rather than this sort of throwaway, oh, it's just pins, I'll just buy some more. I don't think that about my magic pins. I'm like, no, they go in the box, I count them out, I count them in. Right, you can get the 50. Kate in Merseyside says, magic pins do make a difference. I have 3 sets and love them. They stay sharp, they're easy to see and to get hold of. Yeah, that's a good point actually, Kate. They are easy to grab hold of as well. So if you're someone like me that puts the pins in and then takes them out as you're sewing, they are easy to grab and pull out as well. Definitely worth the investment. Right, if you want to go for 50, I'll just flash you the details for 50. £12.99 for 50. The best value is the 100 for sure. £19.99 for 100. But if you want to try them, and certainly, you know, I mean, how many times do I need more than 50 pins? It's not every day. But if you do a lot of dressmaking. Anyway, that's that. Now then, I've also got a plique version, 50 in here. Now these are, I want to show you, can you see down this end, there's one pin, so there's 49 in there and your 50th is in there. Now can you see, that is the length of the pin. So it's significantly shorter. That's the difference. They're 1 inch long, okay? So much shorter pins, designed for appliquing, for holding your appliques down while you stitch them. You can, of course, use them for pinning, for patchwork, for piecing. And I would say the short ones are particularly good for curved piecing. If you want lots of pins around a curve, then these are really useful for that too. But all the same benefits: comfort, easy grip handles, silicone, heat resistant, even at a 3-spot iron, beautiful quality, and they come in that special case as well. £12.99 for those. And then I've got the extra long version. So I do love long pins, particularly when I'm pinning. If I pin with the seam, so quite often I'll pin against the seam, because when I'm piecing, I can pull out, pull out, pull out as I'm sewing. But quite often I will pin with the seam, and the extra long are useful for that because you can get 1-2 bites. So it's like pinning in 2 places with one pin. So extra long I like. Also, these are good if you like to use them for that kind of quick quilting as well. So if you want to just stick them through your quilt sandwich to hold everything together, the extra length will accommodate that extra thickness as well. And that's quite nice actually, if maybe you're quilting panels for a bag or something like that. So they're fairly small. I don't bother with safety pins. I'll use my long magic pins instead. £12.99 for 50 of those. Yeah, they are great pins. They are great pins. And the old phrase pin money is because pins were always expensive. Pins were really expensive because they were made by hand. Pins were made by hand. The head of a pin was put on by hand. Pin makers, they were often home workers, and they were all made by hand. So they were expensive, and that's why pin cushions were such a thing, were so decorative, and why everyone had a pin cushion to look after your pins. You would sharpen your pins as well because they were expensive. Right, last up, the patchwork pins. The patchwork pins. So these are somewhere between the short applique pins and the blue. These are just over 1.5 inches in length. So good for patchwork piecing. Again, you get 100 for £19.99, and these are fine. So if you like a really nice fine pin, if you maybe do things like dressmaking with finer, sheerer fabrics, again, these are good. These are good. Right, let's talk bobbins. Let's talk bobbins. Now, if you are buying a Brother Sewing machine today, or you've bought a Brother Sewing machine from us in the past, you will want some extra bobbins. You get 4 with the machine, but they're never enough. Never enough. You want more. So this is a pack of 10. Now, these will fit any of your modern Brother Sewing machines. So if you've got a 210, a 180, a 130, a 250, these will all fit. If you've got the Brother embroidery machines, these will fit. If you're going for the VQ4, these will fit. Okay, £10.99 for 10. These don't go in other brands of sewing machine. So if you've got an Elna or a Benina or something like that, these won't fit. Just for your brother. You should always buy brand specific bobbins. You get generic bobbins. There's no such thing as a generic bobbin. It's a complete misnomer because they're different thicknesses, and you want they're made to fit the machine. Okay, and with these you've also got these handy covers for them, and so once you've filled your bobbin, or it might be half full, you clip this on and it will stop the bobbin unravelling. That's the best thing about it. So you don't get tangles. Also, you can clip these together. They just snap together, so in a line. And so that means you can kind of keep all of your bobbins together as well. But when you need to grab one, they just pull apart. So it's really clever, really clever. But the best thing about this is you've got 10 brother bobbins for £10.99. And here's a tip. I know we all do it, but if you've got like a third of a bobbin of white thread, but you want black thread, I know lots of us will put the black thread on top of the white thread. It's not good for your machine. It's not great. It's not great. Because especially for the top loading, because your machine will try and take up the neck when it gets to the end, it may well take up the thread, and you can get tangles, you can get snags. It's much better to fill a fresh bobbin. The problem is most of us are struggling with 3 bobbins or 4 bobbins to our name. It's not necessary. Get yourself a pack. Get yourself a pack. And then you don't end up wasting all that thread. We've all done that too, haven't we? We've pulled half a bobbin of thread off and thrown it in the bin because we need to refill that bobbin with something else. Again, it's a false economy. Just grab yourself some bobbins. Right, that's that. We've got a few other tools on the show, some nice marking tools. I want to just quickly mention the Soline fabric pencils. We've got various options. Should we do the one ending 08? 80, sorry. TBUV 80. Right, so mechanical pencil with lots of extra leads. And these ones are black, okay? Really, really useful. Very, very fine. So if you're marking seam allowances, stitching lines, positions of buttonholes, or you just like to mark around a pattern before you cut it out, really useful. And the propeller means that the thickness of the lead is always the same. Much more accurate, much more accurate. With various different colours. Have a look on the website. Have a look on the website. Right, one last thing before we go to a break. We have the Sewing Street tape measure. We're going to do a little deal on it. It should be £8.99. Double side. Oh, £4.99. Hello. It's also magnetic, so you can put it on your fridge, and you've got inches on one side and centimetres on the other, and you've got your little button as well. Fabulous. That's great. £4.99. I've got less than 100. I've got less than 100. Everybody needs one of these. Show your support for Sewing Street. Show your colours. Sewing Street all the way. Right, we are going to go to a little break. Now, when we come back, we're going to be having an hour on the Brother FS250. One of my absolute favourite machines. I've got my quilting ready. I've got my fabric ready. Are you ready? Grab a cup of tea. See you after this.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Welcome, welcome. It's so good to have your company. Now, this hour, we're going to have a proper deep dive into the Brother FS250. This is, I think, I feel certain, but I'll say it, I feel certain, this is our best value machine that we have on Sewing Street. There's nothing that comes close. For the money, there's nothing that comes closer. It's £399 for this machine today. It's not normally. If you go on the Brother website, it's £849. And on any other normal day on Sewing Street, it's £799. And it's worth every penny. But when we have it on air, when we do a special, it's £399. It's better than half price, and you can get it home for £133. Now, lots of you have already done that. Split pay's an option if you want to take it. 0% interest. You don't have to fill in a form. All you do is tick a box. There's no credit checks either. And you can get the machine home for £133. Now, straight out the box, you're going to be able to jump on and start sewing because it is easy to use. If you're a total beginner and you're buying your very first sewing machine, if your budget comes anywhere near to this, go for it because it's got everything. Let me give you a real quick overview. Straight out the box, you're going to be able to sew. Easy to thread. Let me quickly show you the bobbin threading and the top threading as well. So to wind a bobbin, all you're going to do, okay, you've got to imagine this is an empty bobbin. All that talk about winding your bobbins, now I haven't got an empty bobbin. So your bobbin goes on there at the top, okay? Thread in here. Now your thread mast, this clips away. How cool is that? And pops out. You can even pop your spool cap and it clicks away. Nice and neat. Yeah, not going to get damaged. So pop it out, pop your thread on with the thread coming off the bottom onto your spool pin, and then you want to cover the end with a spool pin that is as big or bigger than the end of your spool. You get a small, a medium and a large. Right, then hold your thread between two fingers and pop it through this little pin at the back, and then you're going to go around your tension disc here and then around your bobbin, cut your thread, push it across and wind your bobbin. You can either put your foot on the foot pedal or you can press the start stop button at the front and that's going to wind your bobbin. Now, I'm not going to do it because there's already thread on this bobbin and I'm not going to mix the two together, but that's how easy it is. Now, once you have wound your bobbin, you're going to want to put it into the bobbin case. So that's down here. It's a top loading bobbin, okay, which means that you can always see, is there a bobbin in? What colour's the bobbin thread? How much have I got left? Little button there to click, take the cover off, and your bobbin comes out. Easy peasy. Now your bobbin, lighting's not great over here, is it? Can you see that all right? Don't feel terribly well lit. There's your bobbin. Now you want the thread coming off the side like a letter P. So imagine a letter P. Okay, P for perfect, and you literally just drop that into the bobbin case, and then there's a little arrow. Take the thread around the arrow. There's even a little blade here that cuts the thread off. So that's it. You don't have to bring the bobbin thread to the top. You can just start sewing. So that's your bobbin threading. Your top threading, I'll show you that as well. So same as before, so you're going to click out the bobbin spool pin. Now you also get a second spool pin in your kit for twin needle stitching, and that just goes onto your bobbin winder. So you've got this little peg here and you fit your second spool pin and you put your second reel of thread there. So you can do twin needle work. Anyway, here's how to thread the machine. So your bobbin goes on like that, your reel of thread. Again, hold it like you're holding dental floss. And we say we floss the thread into the machine. So again, through here, down, up. It's all numbered. And down. Pop my glasses on just for the last bit. Okay, there's a little catch here. I'm going to put my foot down here and I'm going to use the needle threader. So here's your needle threader and that is it threaded. How easy was that? It's, do you know what? It is the, apart from on the VQ4, which I'll show you at 12, which is literally you press a button and it threads. That is the easiest needle threader I've ever used. So much easier than other brands. I think that's the easiest. So that's it, done. Yeah, brilliant, love that. And we had a request earlier on for how to thread the machine and it's that simple. Now then, we've got our machine threaded up. Let's do a bit of stitching. So I've got some fabric and I've just put some interfacing on the back just to stabilise it a little bit. And we're going to do some stitching. Now, you can use your machine with the foot pedal that you get included, or you can use it with a start-stop button. So the start-stop button is here at the front. So if the foot pedal isn't inserted, then you can just press the button there to start and stop your stitching. Now, if you're going to do that, I would use your speed controller on about a medium to low speed setting. If you're doing lots of straight lines, well, you could maybe speed it up a bit, but I think around the slow to medium is best if you're using the start-stop button. If you're a little bit heavy-footed when you sew, if you always sew at a really fast speed and you can't make yourself do anything else, then if you set it to a medium, here, then this acts as a speed limiter. So it means that you can't go too fast, which can be quite useful sometimes when you need to slow yourself down. Right, so let's do a straight stitch, centre needle position. I'm all threaded up and let's just do a nice bit of straight stitching. So let's go full speed. Automatic needle down, so useful for piecing, for applique, for dressmaking, when we want to pivot. Okay, lovely straight stitch. Now, we can take our stitch length down, 1.6 maybe for foundation piecing. We can also take it up, maybe a 4 for top stitching, or even if we wanted to do a bit of machine basting, go to a 5. And then that's really easy to take that stitching out. And if I show you, look, we've got our sort of default length here. Okay, we've got our default length. Then we've got our small stitches for foundation piecing. We've got our top stitching and even our basting length. The lighting is not good here, is it? I'm really sorry. We don't have a thread cutter on this machine. That's one thing. One day, hopefully, we might get a thread cutter, but it's not at the moment, but it's a small thing not to have. Now, zigzags. Okay, love a zigzag. So we might be doing something like neatening the edge of some dressmaking, okay? We might want to take that wider. Let's go to our maximum width of 5. Let's also start to reduce this down, which you can do, oh, excuse me, excuse me, while you're sewing. So you don't have to stop sewing to adjust. So I'm going to do that again and watch. So I'm going to increase, oops, hang on, wait a minute, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going to increase the width of my zigzag while I'm sewing. from the smallest to the widest, and I'll show you that. Whoops. Here we go. Ah, bit of task lighting. That's what we need. That's what we need. So you can see there our widest zigzag. Look how smoothly it transitions. I've taken it down from its widest right down to its narrowest. And it transitions absolutely beautifully while you're sewing. So that's a real quality feature about your Brother FS250. And of course you can use that for things like appliquing as well, and also for dressmaking, and actually Deputy Joan likes to use a zigzag to attach her bindings. Okay, now we've got lots of different dressmaking stitches on the machine. You've got 250 different stitches. Okay, including your straight stitches, your triple stitch, things like the lightning, zigzag, overlocking stitches as well. You've got blind hems, you've got blanket stitch. Now, of course, blanket stitch, very, very useful for patchwork and quilting, for applique. So I'm just adjusting this now to stitch 15. Now, this is telling me I can still use a J foot. You can see there on the monitor, it's a J foot. So I've got my J foot on, and this is my blanket stitch, or one of my blanket stitches. Now, I'll show you the default first of all. So when you get your machine home, do test it out and try the different stitches. So this is the default blanket stitch, okay. Now for me, for applique, that's a little bit heavy. It's a little bit too bold. Be lovely to make a buttonhole with, but I'm going to adjust it. So I'm going to take it narrower to a 2.5, and I'm going to make it longer, a 3.5. And we'll stitch this out. And that has significantly elongated the stitch. We're just getting some extra lighting here so you can see better what I'm doing. We're getting a bit better there now. Think, can I pull this down? Yeah. How's that? Is that a little bit brighter? That's a bit better, isn't it? I think we can see. Oh, it's a bit stroby, isn't it? Oh, well, we'll keep trying. Right, okay, let's talk buttonholes. Let's talk buttonholes. Right, you've got your buttonhole foot, okay, which is going to allow you to sew automatic one-step buttonholes. So first of all, choose your button, pop it into the slider at the back and squeeze it together so it's a snug fit, okay. So now that it's a snug fit, you're going to clip your foot onto your machine. So to change the feet, you've got a little button round the back, on the back of the foot, that you press, and the foot will just drop off. You can then click this into place. Okay, that's got the buttonhole foot on. Now there's one more thing I need to do. I'm going to tilt the machine so you can see. There is a little slidey pull down here, and it sits just behind. So you should be able to just gently press there and you'll see the foot going back and forth. So this tells the machine we're doing a buttonhole, and it will measure the buttonhole out for you so it's the perfect fit. Now, you've got 8 different buttonholes to choose on your machine, and you might think, why do I need 8? Well, it depends whether you want vertical, horizontal on a garment, whether you want stretchy fabric and a stretchy buttonhole, or stable, or a keyhole. Let's do a regular buttonhole, stitch 38. Easy. Right, I've got my buttonhole, it's measured out, so literally all I need to do now is put my fabric underneath the foot, press the foot down and sew it. So here we go. So it's going to sew my whole buttonhole in one continuous movement. Now I like to hold on to the tail thread just to keep it out of the way. You can stop sewing anytime you want to and clip your thread if you wish. But it's sewing every part. It's locking the stitch and then it will stop. Lift your needle, lift your presser foot, and the whole thing is done. Now I'm going to clip off my threads. And there is my buttonhole. Absolutely beautiful, so stable, so neat. And if you want to sew multiples of those, your sewing machine is doing all the measuring for you. So every buttonhole will be the same size. No more guiding it yourself, no more trying to measure it out. It's automatic, it's all done in one step. It's one of my favourite things. Now, our lovely Dan is going to fix our lighting for us, but for him to do that, we are just going to take the shortest of breaks. So use this time to check out your basket, and then join me back here in about 2 minutes, and we'll carry on the demo.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. I think we've solved it. I've got a little bit of a rosy glow on this side, but have a look down here. This is much better. I can see what I'm doing now, and so can you. Look, and I've changed the thread colour as well. Look at that gorgeous, neat buttonhole. Absolutely well done to Bruce and especially to Dan, who've just fixed that problem for us. That is so much better. Right, okay, so we've got our buttonhole sewn, but I also need to sew the button on, right? And you might be thinking, okay, Stuart, we don't need to see you with a needle and thread. You're absolutely right, you don't. And I don't need to use one. Because with your Brother FS250, you've also got a button sewing foot. Now that is actually really quite unusual to get a button sewing foot on any machine, but particularly one at £399. Don't forget, you should be paying £849 for this machine. So I'm going to snap the button sewing foot on. Okay. And the button sewing foot has these little like blue rubbery feet on the front, and they're going to hold the button still while I sew it on. So here we go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop the button underneath. Now the next thing that I need to pick is a zigzag stitch. Okay, and so any zigzag will do. I'm going to pick stitch 5. So stitch number 5. I'm also going to drop the feed dogs. And dropping the feed dogs is easy. There's a little button round the back. So the feed dogs are dropped because you don't want this to move forward. I want it to stitch a zigzag, but on the spot. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hand crank the wheel just to make sure it's going through the holes. Yeah? So that's one side. Now lift the presser foot, take it forward. Again, hand crank. And that's it. That's your button sewn on. It's a bit good, isn't it? There you go. Oh, it was a good idea, Dan, for me to change the thread colour, wasn't it? I vote Dan for Prime Minister. What do you think? Yeah. So that's the button sewing function. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And you get that included as well. Now, of course, the things that are really exciting about this machine are all the extra feet that you get with it, because you get all your standard feet, but you also get some really good extra feet. So I'm gonna grab those now because I think they're really ace. We're going to start with the walking foot. Okay, so if you're going to use the walking foot that's included, now you'd normally pay about £40 extra for a brother walking foot. You get it for free. So safest way when you're changing your feet is step one, turn your machine off. Okay, so I'm going to turn my machine off, and that means that it can't suddenly start sewing. I've got my screwdriver, you get it included, and I'm just going to unscrew this little screw at the side. Now you don't want to take it out completely, just enough for the ankle to just drop off yeah, so that's all come off now in one whole piece. Okay, but you want that little screw in place because that is going to fit this little bracket at the side. Okay, this goes over the needle clamp. So from the back, just push that forward. You might need to undo the screw a tiny bit more, just enough to wiggle it on. And then the other bit goes over your needle clamp. And you want to start by finger tightening that screw, and then grab your screwdriver and then just a couple of little turns. Now you only want enough of a turn so that it's firm, but you don't want it to be a problem when you want to take it off. So firm, but don't over tighten, if that makes sense. And that's the walking foot in place. Now I've already got myself a little quilt sandwich made up. And what I'm going to do now is use my ruler and a friction pen just to draw a few lines, because I'm thinking some lovely crosshatch quilting. So I'm going to draw a baseline, and then I'm going to draw a few lines either side of it, just to do a little bit of straight line quilting. I'm a fan of straight line quilting. Your walking foot is going to make sure that everything feeds beautifully. And I'm marking these lines at 1 inch wide. I'm going to mark them in the opposite direction as well, because cross-hatching goes both ways. And then we'll stitch them out. Now, of course, you don't have to use a straight line or straight stitch with a walking foot. You could use a decorative stitch. But there we go, I've got a little bit of cross-hatching marked, and I'm going to start. So I'm going to turn my machine back on. Now I want the straight stitch for this, and I'm going to have centre needle position. So stitch number 2. I want to lock my stitching at the start. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce my stitch length down to a 1. And just outside of my quilting area, I'm going to do just a couple of short stitches. Oh, I'm also going to bring my feed dogs back up. You thought I'd forgotten, didn't you? I'm going to do a few short stitches. That will lock my stitches into place. And then I'm going to increase my stitch length to a 4. I'm going to go quite long, and I'm going to follow my lines. Oh, not very well. I'm going to go back to a 3.5. That's a bit long. Now, what I like to do when I'm cross-hatching is I will go this way and that, because I just find it easier to get round. Now I've just gone slightly over by 1 stitch. That's better, we're back on track now. And a little bit of cross-hatching. Now I'll try and go in a continuous line if I possibly can. So sometimes I'm going to go off the stitching area, and in my binding area of my quilt, I can stitch off. And you've got that feeding from top and bottom. Again, I'm going off into my margin, travelling down, and you're getting this lovely cross-hatch effect, which I will show you in just 1 second. How cool is this? And last line. And you see you've got a lovely big area to work in as well. There we go. And there's our little bit of cross-hatching. Quick and easy. Nice from the back as well. So that's using your walking foot. Now you can of course also use decorative stitches. So stitch number 28, okay, is a serpentine stitch. So let me show you. Now this is a lovely one. Have a look at that. Now, how cool is that for quilting? So, for example, if I just draw a few quick lines, and I'll show you again what cross-hatching might look like, but this time using that serpentine stitch. And let's stitch this out, because this is one that we could all do our quilts with. So I've got a little red line on my walking foot right in the centre. I'm going to keep my eyes on that, and I'm going to keep that in line with the marked line. So I'm not watching which way the stitches are going. So I'm obviously travelling in between just for speed, but you might sort of stop and start there. But I want to show you how that cross-hatching is going to look. So again, as much as I can, when I'm working so quickly, I'm keeping everything lined up. And this is a quick, easy way to finish your quilts. And you see, it doesn't matter if you wobble slightly when you're stitching this, because at the end of the day, it's a wavy line. I'll just turn everything round. I'm going to move my needle over a little bit for these last couple of stitches. And of course, you can increase your stitch length here as well for quilting. And the last one. And your walking foot's feeding your fabric from top and bottom. So you're getting no wrinkling, no puckering. And if I just snip the threads off. And what I want you to look at here is this bit of cross-hatching. Obviously, this is where I was travelling around there. But imagine this quilted over the surface of your quilt. You can go for your classic crosshatch with a straight line, but you can also use that serpentine stitch, and this is much more forgiving. If you wobble a little bit, no one's going to see that. Your mark lines will be removed, and you'll just see this lovely crosshatching. Such an easy way to finish your quilt. Now, of course, you can use your walking foot for piecing as well. So it's such a useful thing to have. You'd normally pay an extra £40 for that, but you're getting it included in the price. Now I'm going to swap it over and put the darning foot on now for free motion quilting. Again, you'd normally have to buy the free motion foot, £17.49. You've got it for free. So I'm going to pop it on. This goes under and over. There we go. Again, finger tighten, and then just a little twist with the screwdriver just to tighten it, but you don't want to make your life difficult when you want to take it off. Centre needle position, so stitch number 2, and I'm going to drop the feed dogs. Here's the button at the back. And I'm just going to push it away, and that drops the feed dogs. You probably saw them disappear. Now, when you come to do free motion quilting, the first thing that you're going to want to do is to bring your bobbin thread to the surface of your quilt. So let's start. So I'm going to hold the top of my top thread. I'm going to put my presser foot down, and I'm going to use the needle up, needle down button to put the needle down into the work and then back up, okay, and pull on the top thread. And do you see that loop of thread? That's my bobbin thread. So I'm going to grab it and I'm going to pull it through. So now I've got my bobbin and my top thread on the top of my work. This is going to avoid the bird's nest on the back of my quilt. So now what I'm going to do, I've got a straight stitch and I'm going to do a few little stitches in place. That will actually lock the thread off really nicely and mean that I can just snip the tails off. Now, some people like to bury their thread ends. That's cool too. I don't. I just lock it like that and then snip them off. Okay, so now I'm ready to free motion quilt. So I'm going to run my machine quite fast. Now, as soon as I'm away, I'm going to just grab those threads and clip them off. There we go. And now I'm ready to quilt. So I'm going to quilt vermicelli. And whenever I'm quilting vermicelli, I always think about dog bones, kind of cartoon dog bones. There's my dog bone. Now remember, you can stop anytime you want, rearrange your fingers. There we go. So there's a little bit of vermicelli quilting or meander quilting. Okay. Now another thing that I like to do free motion style is quilting around half square triangles. So what I'm going to do is use my friction pen and I'm going to draw myself a few straight lines. If you want to get better at quilting, make yourself up layers like this and quilt them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do 1.5 inch. I'm going to do lines 1.5 inches apart. Okay. I'll do a couple, okay, and then I'm also going to draw lines going across, again at 1.5 inches. Just a few. And then I'm also going to draw the diagonal in as if they were half square triangles. Okay, so again, this is practice for quilting. But it's also, you know, what you might do in real life. Okay, because one of the hardest things about quilting a quilt is if you're having to turn your quilt around and around and around every time. So you can see there I've drawn, if I just show you from this side, I've drawn a bit of a grid with some half square triangles, okay? So what I'm going to do now is start my stitching off, so needle down, needle up, pull the thread to the top, get the bobbin thread up on the top, and then where I want to start. Okay, so I'm going to stitch now. I've got my straight stitch and I'm going to sew down that line. I'm going to stop at the bottom. I'm going to stitch across now. So I'm not turning my quilt, okay? I'm quilting my half square triangle. Now, diagonal is always hardest. But can you see what I've done? I've stitched around the 3 sides of my half square triangle without turning my quilt. It's straight line stitching with a darning foot. So darning foot doesn't always mean wiggly stitching. It can also mean straight line stitching. So I'm going to stitch across the top. Remember, this is in my binding margin. So now I'm going to stitch around my next half square triangle, down to the bottom, across the bottom, and then back up the diagonal. Okay, across the top, and then down the side. Okay, and if I just turn this around so that you can see, we're practicing stitching around half square triangles. Really, really useful. Now, another thing that you can do for triangles is to do what we call continuous curve quilting. So rather than sewing in straight lines, we're going to sew a gently curving line. So press a foot down and we're going to sew a curving line to the bottom and a curving line to the bottom. Now we're going to go over the diagonal. So we're going to stitch a gently curving line around the diagonal, around the bottom, and back, down to the bottom, and back around the diagonal, around the side, around the diagonal, around the diagonal, and back to where we started. If I take the thread out so that you can see what we've done there. So you can see here, rather than straight lines around, I've done this gentle curving. And you can see how, if you were stitching multiples of these, you end up with these flowers quilted around your half square triangles. Quick and easy to do with your FS250. So a little bit of quilting. That was fun, I enjoyed that. Let's go back to some more decorative stitching. And in fact, let's talk about writing things. I need to let you know now, a third of the stock's gone. Same in baskets. Right, let's have a look at the front. So just a bit more navigation around the stitches. All right. I'm going to turn it very slightly, you can see. So on the front of your machine, you've got this stitch diary, a dictionary rather, okay? So you've got your first 100 stitches, mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, to all these different stitches, and you just navigate through them with this button here at the top. So at the moment we're in mode 1, you can see the 1, press it. Now we're in mode 2, that's the second, these. Press it again, mode 3, it's these now. But we've also got A for alphabet. So now we're in alphabets, and the alphabets are all up the top here. Okay, we've got 3 different alphabets, all uppercase. We've got solid, cursive, and outline. So I'm going to just pick the regular solid, okay? And it's as simple as this. Every letter, every number, every bit of punctuation's got a stitch number attached to it, and we're going to put it into the memory. Now the memory here is literally just add or take away. Easy. So let's do sewing, okay? So S for sewing is stitch 19. So add 1 stitch in the memory, S. E is 05. Add 2 things in the memory now. W, 23. So S-E-W. I, stitch 9. I. N, stitch 14. Okay. And G, stitch 7. Okay, so we've got that. Now, we might want a space. So that's stitch 30. So we've got a space. Now, street, you can see where I'm going with this. So 19, so that's S, T is 20, T, R is 18, E, 5, oh, we want another one of those, and then T to finish, stitch 20. There we go. Frankie in Norfolk's message to say, I've just bought this lovely little machine to replace my elderly workshop machine. Can't wait to jump on. Good demonstration, Stuart. Thank you. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Frankie. Right, so we've got Sewing Street. We're ready to sew. Here we go. Right, so I just need to change my foot because I've left my darning foot on. Now, if I turn my sewing machine off and on again, that is held in the memory. Sewing Street is in the memory at the moment until I take it off again. And I take it out of the memory by just using the minus button on the stitch width to just go take away, take away, take away, take away until I've done the whole of Sewing Street. Okay, nice and easy. Okay, so the main foot's back on and we're ready to sew. Pop the feed dogs back up again. Never panic when you put the feed dogs up. The feed dogs don't jump up until you take the first stitch. Right, we're ready to go. Let's do it. I hope it does spell Sewing Street now. Were you all willing me on? Now you can either do this with your pedal or you can do it with the start-stop button. And as it's sewing, it will actually go through the letters. If you watch, it's changing. Now we're on to stitch letter number 7, which is the G. So we've done sewing and a space. And now we're on to street. I hope. We'll soon find out. Oh, I can see sewing. This is tense. This is nerve-wracking. This is high drama television, isn't it? I think so. There's the other E, and now we're on T, which is 20, and then it'll lock. Oh. I don't know. I'm too nervous to look. Oh, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Sewing Street. How's that? I just got a yay from the gallery. There you go, Sewing Street. So you can store up to 50 additions into that memory, okay? So everything you add, so a space is a character, and it's so easy to do. And look, when you want to get rid of it, okay, all you do is you go back to the plus minus here and you just take out one letter at a time. And when you get back to 0, 0, that's it. You've deleted everything from the memory. If you don't do that, then it will just stay on the memory. You can switch the machine off and on again as many times as you like, and it will just come back. And when you go into the alphabet, you would go back to sewing that. Okay? Super, super easy to use. Very, very user-friendly. Now, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but you do also get an extension table with your Brother FS250. I haven't got it here. If it is about, if I can have it, please. In fact, I can show you a picture. Here's a picture of it with. So your extension box slides off like this. And so when you take that off, what you've got there is your free arm. So for things like bag making, dress making, where you want a free arm, there's your free arm. And your extension table would slide on here, and you can have that bigger surface area for things like quilting or dressmaking on. Most of the time, I keep my extension table on my machine because it's so useful. But there's your free arm, and then your accessory box just slides back into place. Now, you also get a hard cover with your machine, so no floppy dust cover or soft cover. It's a fully hard cover for your whole machine. Now, if you were to go to Brothers' website, you would find this machine at £849. Our regular price here is £799, so we're already better than Brother. Here's the Maker's Edition sewing and quilting machine, £849. All right, don't do that. If you go to our website on any other day, £799, and that's 250 stitches. Your walking foot, your darning foot included, more as well, I'll get to that in a sec. But all of those included for £799, well worth the money. But today it's £399. It's an absolutely fabulous deal. Here's the extension table, by the way, and it's just a really easy operation to slide that on. It clicks into place, and then you've got 3 adjustable legs so you can get it even for your table. Even if your table's a bit wonky, you can adjust your machine so that it is spot on. And then you've got that increased area. It supports much more of your work, takes the strain away from you. I'm going to pick a nice decorative stitch. Stitch 59 is a lovely one. And we'll just do a quick bit of stitching along here. Now, while we're also talking about extra feet, I want to remind you that this is the Maker's Edition. And what the Maker's Edition means is that not only do you have all of the regular feet that you'd expect with a sewing machine, a good sewing machine, but you've also got your walking foot included. I think we've got a picture of these actually. You've got your walking foot included. You've got your darning foot included, but you've also got that white non-stick or Teflon foot. This is for working with things like sticky oilcloth, leather, PU, vinyl, all of these kind of coated fabrics. That foot's a non-stick foot. You get that included. Again, that's about £20 worth thrown in. The silver foot next to that is one I asked for specially for the dressmakers, and that's a concealed zipper foot or an invisible zipper foot. You never get that included in a machine, ever. You always have to buy that for extra pennies, but you've got it included in this machine because I asked and they said yes. Now, there are also 2 feet that were left in the box by mistake, but Brother, and they said, you know what? We left them in the box, so we'll leave them in the box. So you also get a sliding, fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. These are brilliant. You also get a rolled hem foot included, and these are all extras that you're not paying a penny for. So this is a really fantastic deal, and there have been various incarnations of this machine over the years, and up until recently we had the fashion edition. But when we were putting together a Maker's Edition, Brother and I spoke directly, and they said to me, what feet would you like as a maker? Everything. And I said a walking foot, a darning foot, a non-stick foot for the bag makers, and an invisible zipper foot for the dressmakers. And they said yes. Now, I want to let you know that I've got 2 machines left. Everything else is in baskets or checked out. We're going to go to a break now, and I'm going to give you that time to check out your baskets. So when we come back, we're going to be looking at quilt kits you love. We're going to be looking at my brand new Bloomsbury bag as well, and some wonderful PUs. So don't go anywhere, but do check out your basket.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, I want to say a really big thank you to everyone who messaged in, by the way, during that last hour. I had some lovely comments about the demo. And Sue says, so glad I bought this machine this morning. Such a brilliant demo. Karen says, brill demo, Stuart. I bought this machine in January and love it. This is the Brother FS250. Do I need to register it for the warranty? No, just it's your purchase date. That's the start of your 3-year warranty. 3-year warranty. Absolutely brilliant. Right, now then, we're going to jump in with one of my latest quilts, which is called Sierra Nevada. Here's the quilt. It is a row by row quilt, easy piecing, half square triangles, squares and rectangles. That's it. If you can do half square triangles, squares and rectangles, you can make this quilt. It is 53 inches, 53 and a half inches by 73 inches. So a perfect throw, bed, wall quilt. I was inspired by kind of South American and Mexican and kind of Aztec, Inca, style of weaving, rugs, pottery, all these things. The colours too, to create this quilt. It's easy to piece and you're joining everything together in rows, and I give tips and tricks throughout to make sure that your rows all fit together perfectly. So you can make that quilt. Now, here's the kit. We completely sell out every time we manage to restock. This is only the second time we've ever restocked it, and we've only got about 20 of these kits left. You get all the fabrics to create the whole quilt front and the binding, and you'll have enough left over to do a few cushions as well, I'm sure. You're also getting your full pattern as well, which includes making the different rows, all your step-by-steps for your different rows, how to put it all together. You also get 2 full colouring sheets that you can photocopy, enlarge, colour in to make your own version or to decide where you want to put the colours, and some detail shots on the back. Now, here's the good news. Your kit is split up into 2 neutrals. You get 1.5 meters of cream and 1.5 meters of navy. And this is for your background and your background to your stars. Now you can flip those 2 values if you want to when you make your quilt. That's why the colouring sheet's there, because you've got equal amounts of those, but you must use these 2 for your background. Now everything else that you've got in your kit, all of these, you've 0.5 meters of everything else. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 half meters, plus your 3 meters here as well. So these colours you can mix and match however you like. So here I've gone very much for kind of sunset, sunrise, using all these glowy colours. But you could have the teals and the greens in the centre or on the outside. You can change the look of this quilt if you want. Now, here's the best news. All of that, remember it's 53.5 inches by 73 inches, so it's a really good size quilt. $84.99, and you've got enough fabric to make some cushions as well. $84.99. Amazing, amazing. Except it gets even better, because we're crashing the price, you're saving the cost of your instructions, you're getting £10 off. $74.99. That was my birthday price, but we're honouring it. You can have our birthday, because my birthday lasts all year, and I don't care who says anything. I'm having the whole year. I can do what I like. and we're keeping that saving. So you can get the entire kit for $74.99. You get your pattern completely free. And in total, you're getting 9.5 metres of fabric. 9.5 metres of fabric. Now, I love making solid fabrics look worth 10 times more than pattern fabrics. Because sometimes I think often in fact, solid fabrics are seen as the kind of ugly sister of patterned fabrics, you know? And they're not. They're not. But they have to be in the right pattern to really, really look amazing. And I love the challenge of taking fabrics which can absolutely, and I would say too, can be the kind of, into the, wow, I wouldn't want to make it in anything else. And so that was the challenge when I designed Sierra Nevada and New Mexico as well. And I hope I've achieved it in this quilt, Sierra Nevada. The stock is dwindling very, very fast indeed. All of my stock is gone or in baskets. I don't have any spares at all. Every single person who's got this in their basket needs to check out really, really quickly, or you're going to miss out. And I've been told loud and clear that it's very, very difficult to restock this quilt kit at the moment because we just can't get all of the colours. Good morning, says Jo. Oh, Joan? Joan in East Riding. Would that be Deputy Joan? Good morning. I've just finished the NASCAR Rose this morning. Easy, beautiful quality fabric and lots of it. A lovely reminder of Route 395. Of course, what the Deputy Joan hasn't said there is Joan has literally travelled the world. Such a globetrotter and travelled all over America, Canada. Joan's husband designed the flag of Saskatchewan. Yes. Yes, they lived in Canada. They worked as teachers in Canada, and Saskatchewan did not have a national flag. And so the government put out a competition to design a flag for Saskatchewan, and Joan and Tony both entered the competition, and Tony's entry won. So the flag of that state was designed by Tony. Yeah, absolutely incredible. Such an incredible pair. And also an amazing sewer and quilter, and my amazing and beautiful friend as well. So, yeah, brilliant. Yes, Anthony Drake. There you go. Designed the flag of Saskatchewan. Yeah, it's on Wikipedia and everything. I know. How cool is that? What a legacy. Amazing. But your legacy might be a beautiful quilt, and there's nothing wrong with that. So have a go at making Sierra Nevada. Now I'm down to teens of this quilt kit, just teens left. Way, way oversubscribed. Like 10 of you are going to miss out. 10 of you are going to miss out on this. It is a beautifully easy and achievable quilt to make. It's row by row, it's squares, rectangles and triangles. And that's it. And that's it. Now, we've also got the pattern on its own. While the kit's available, if you can, grab yourself the kit, and then you'll be able to either reproduce my version exactly, or if you want to play with it and mix the colours around. And it's very easy to do. You've got your colouring sheets as well. But you know all the colours work together. And this is why it's difficult to restock, because I've kind of insisted at the moment, I don't want to recolour it. I want to keep these colours, and I want to make sure that the kit that you get home is exactly the same fabrics that I've used. So, yeah. But if you want to use your stash, you absolutely can. Now, I think batiks would work really well. I think small scale prints, tone on tones would work really, really well. I've got another colour way that I'm working on at the moment, but that won't be available until the autumn, mid-autumn. So if you want to get on and start making your, I mean, what about an all blue version? Or what about making a version which was all pastels? That could be absolutely beautiful. Or what about a really dark, dramatic version of this? Lots of options, £9.99. And every row could be turned into something else. This would make an amazing table runner. Now, let's grab the tangled pattern, because tangled has also been a very, very popular pattern. This quilt we've also got in the studio. Now, this is the kind of firework display version with lots of bright batik-like fabrics on a black background. But I also did the version using hajime. Have you got the picture of that as well? Yeah, there it is. So you can see there, totally different look, totally different look. Now, in your pattern for Tangled, you actually get instructions for a stitch and flip version, which is just squares and rectangles, and you draw lines, or you use your amazing tape that I had on this morning, and you stitch and flip. There's also paper foundation units in the pattern if you want to. So you can do it all stitch and flip, or you can do a foundation pieced version. You get both options in the pattern. It also makes a lovely cushion or a runner, and I've given some layouts as well for if you wanted to do a 3-block runner set on point, or the 9-block quilt. You've got some colouring sheets there as well, but you could also just make 1 block and maybe add a little border and make a cushion. But look, there you've also got your foundations in the back as well if you want to foundation piece. But that's not why I wrote the pattern. I wrote the pattern as stitch and flip. So you're literally cutting squares and rectangles and you stitch and flip. So that's what all the instructions cover. So you've got 2 options. And it's one I think you'll make again and again. Lovely Sue in Bridlington has actually made at least 2 Tangled quilts so far that I have seen, and beautifully as well. Sue, if you're watching, amazing work. Or Deanie, if you're watching, make sure you tell Sue I gave her a big shout out. Brilliant work. But get your instructions, £9.99, physical only. Right, now, yesterday, I launched a brand new bag pattern. Now, this is called the Bloomsbury and the Bedford. The Bloomsbury and the Bedford, and you get both in one pattern. Now, I made this bag using tapestry. Here it is hanging up. It looks so much nicer. There we go. I used tapestry to make this version, and this is the Bloomsbury bag. Now, it's a really lovely size. I'm just going to pop it on my shoulder for a second so you can see the size. So it's a really good kind of day bag, travel bag. You can get loads in it. It's got these lovely, deep, smart pleats on the front, which really give it a lovely shape and also a lovely volume as well, matched on both sides. And then this top band. Now you've got a magnetic snap in the top, but watch this. When you open, it doesn't just open to here. You've actually got these side openings as well. So you really, really can get amazing access to the contents of your bag, all right? Really, really fun to sew, and you need very little in the way of fabric and notions. So that's the first pattern within the Bloomsbury. But you also get a pattern in there for the Bedford purse. Now the Bedford purse follows a similar idea. You've got those pleats in the top, you've got that top band, a different shape around the bottom, which is rather smart, and this time a zip top. Again though, because of that shape, you've got lovely easy access and a nice stable base when you put it down. This would make a really nice evening clutch as well as a makeup bag or a purse. So you get both patterns in there. It's a brand new pattern, it launched yesterday. You get all of your step-by-steps, and I really went to town with the step-by-step pictures in here so that every stage was covered. Okay, you also get the Bedford in here, and look, full-sized dressmaker style pattern pieces. Now you are going to need to trace these onto either tissue, cereal box, I like thick interfacing, that's quite a good template material, or freezer paper, brilliant. But trace them out and away you go, super easy. Now in terms of what you need to make the bag, here's the best news. 1/2 metre of tapestry will make the Bloomsbury and the Bedford. 1/2 metre. And 1/2 metre of lining fabric will line both. You need 1.5 metres of some kind of twill tape or webbing for the handles, or sew on some faux leather ones. You'll possibly need a magnetic snap or a press stud, sew on press stud, or you could do a button and loop if you prefer. And I use some H250 interfacing, just medium weight fusible interfacing inside, force of habit. You don't actually need it, okay? You really don't need it for either bag. This hasn't got anything in it at all, and it's still got a lovely structure. So it's a kind of low cost, easy bag, okay? Oh, Sarah, I just noticed you messaged earlier. Can I please show the back of the Sierra Nevada quilt, which I will within the hour. I absolutely will. We have got to move a camera over there, but I absolutely will show you that. Right, so that's the pattern. $9.99 for the pattern, and again, remember you get both. Okay, you don't have to choose. Now, I designed this for tapestry, but yesterday I thought, I've got to make a PU version. I've just got to. So I made a PU version, and I've fallen in love with it. I've absolutely fallen in love with it. This is the PU version. And made the hand. Now, you can make this version. It's got this gorgeous, look at the fabulous lining to it. Beautiful. I'll take that out for a second. Beautiful lining. And you've got those pleats in the lining as well, so you've got all that lovely space inside as well as outside. I didn't put the magnetic snap on this version, but it was really easy to make. I'm going to give you some special tips as well for when you're working with PU, but it just creates those lovely pleats in the front. Really nice. And it's soft and flexible, ever so easy to sew. Now, let's go through. I've got a little bundle to make that bag. You get 1/2 metre of our PU in black, and then you get 1/2 metre of quilt weight cotton in this gorgeous mustard print for £11.98. And that's enough to make both bags. That's wild, isn't it? That is wild. £11.98 to make both bags. Now, if you wanted to, you could add H640 or H630 to the PU and quilt it first. That would look amazing. I would only use a thin something on the back. I wouldn't use anything thick, but that would be gorgeous. But actually, for this bag, I haven't put anything inside. There's no interfacing at all, and you've still got a really nice structure to the bag. I've just lost my talk back, by the way, just to let you know. Really, really easy to work with. That's your PU bundle. Okay, so that's our first option, £11.98. The PU actually is extra wide, so which is great. You get even more value out of it, and it means that you can get both bags. The quilt weight cotton's regular width, but you can still get both bags out of it. There's plenty of fabric there. Really good value, isn't it? And also, I'm really pleased, actually, that I managed to write the pattern to make both bags out of the... It wasn't my intention. My intention was just to make the Bloomsbury. But when I had the leftover fabric, I thought, I've really got to get something out of that fabric. So I designed this cute little purse to go with it, separate pattern pieces. Right, the other PU bundle that we've got... Now, I've got lots of PUs, don't worry. But this is a grey PU, which again is very, very smart, and this gorgeous cotton lining. So this would also, again, make both bags. £11.98. It's smashing value, isn't it? And I'll talk about the special things you need to do when you're working with PU that are just going to make making this an absolute joy. Okay, so that's our second bundle, £11.98 for that. That's going to look great. Now, let me grab our other PUs. I've got loads. And the good news is, 1/2 metre of any of these PUs is going to make both bags. I think I've hammered that point. Sorry. I want to start with the metallics, because these are so cool. And of course, the metallics are really going to show off the pleats in the front. I was amazed, actually, pleating the PU was even easier than pleating the tapestry fabric. It's ever so easy to work with. Use a regular needle, not a leather needle. So this is the gold, but it's classy gold, isn't it? It's subtle gold. Yeah, and look, oh, look how when you make pleats, the way the light catches off it, it's brilliant. Now, £7.99 for 1/2 metre is enough for, what is it enough for? That's brilliant, I love it. I'm in the mood for dancing. Do, do, do. Oh yeah, Kylie, more like Kylie, definitely. Brilliant, brilliant value. Regular needle, regular thread. I like to use a slightly longer stitch for top stitching, so I'd go 4. Let's go metallic burgundy. Wow. No. Oh, this is amazing. Do you need a moment longer? That is just gorgeous. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. 4-5. HALJ 4-5. There we go. There we go. What's it called? Berry. Berry. That is very nice. That is beautiful. Really gorgeous. Could I just have my other TV screen, please? That'd be amazing, thank you. That is absolutely beautiful. What a gorgeous colour. Very popular. Oh, I haven't got much left of this one. I haven't got, it's very limited. It's very, very limited. Woohoo! Love it. But look. Yum. Yum. Yes, that's that one. Right, next up, I've got this one, which is almost like a tealy green. This is ending 6-1. OTLJ 6-1. Is that sold out? Oh, really? Is that sold out? That's beautiful. Silver? You see, you think like the little clutch bag as an evening bag, done in that. Gorgeous. Again, I haven't got many of these. Now, one of the things that when you're working with PU, what you're not going to be able to do is pin it. And you can use a seam roller to press, but when you want to turn these edges down, or for example, when you want to make a strap, you actually need to stick the seam allowances down. And for that, you want to get yourself a roll of this. We'll show you this next. This is Clover double-sided basting tape. And this is exactly what I used to make my bag. And it's a double-sided tape. It's brilliant stuff. And you just run a line on the underside of your fabric and take the top paper away and then stick down and stick your seam allowances down, and you can sew through it and it can stay in, and it's just brilliant stuff. And when you make things like the shoulder straps, you're not going to try and turn these through. You're going to cut your strip of fabric. This is 1 inch wide, so I cut my strip at 2 inches. Run a line of tape down the middle of the wrong side, and then fold the raw edge in, fold the raw edge in, and then just top stitch. And that makes your handles. And it just works brilliantly. I loved using it so much that I now want to buy shares in it because it's really good stuff. Right, just wanted to mention that. So keep going through for your silver. Now that double-sided tape is going to sell out really, really quickly. If you want to grab yours, we can never keep hold of these things, but it's really good stuff. Right, that's that. That's all my metallics. Now, look, I've got all of these lovely colours of PU. Let's do red. Because I think a red Bloomsbury bag would be stunning. Absolutely stunning. This is proper red. Proper red. Again, those lovely, you think about those pleats. It's really soft and supple. You can iron this from the wrong side, low setting, to get it all nice and smooth before you start. If you want to add any interfacing to it, again, on the wrong side, but really you shouldn't need to. It's got enough structure in itself. That's our red. Next up, navy. Absolutely classic. Absolutely classic. A lovely dark navy. Now, amazingly, £7.99 is the price for half a metre. This is a wider than normal fabric. Okay. Terrific value. I don't think you could get 2 Bloomsburys out of half a metre, but you wouldn't be far off. Oh, you could probably get 4 Bedfords from half a metre, but not quite 2 Bloomsburys, but near. Probably from one whole metre, you could probably make 3 Bloomsbury bags. That would be for under £16. Amazing. You can make and sell, by the way. The Bloomsbury or the Bedford, you can make and sell with my blessing. Right, next up, I've got this really deep, almost like an aubergine. Yep, ending 6.5, wine. It's beautiful. It's almost that sort of really deep, almost like a chestnut brown, but with that just that hint of red in it. Gorgeous. Again, £7.99 for a half metre. And you will need half a metre to make 2 bags. Now, don't forget that the bag we're talking about, the bag we're getting excited about, is my brand new pattern. It's called the Bloomsbury bag. And I originally made it in tapestry. And here it is in tapestry. You've got these gorgeous pleats, this top band, really full access at the top, because the side seams don't go all the way to the top. There's a deep gap so that you can get right in your bag. There's no pockets inside this bag. You've got that big interior. You could put pockets in if you want to, but I wanted just a big, roomy interior. You could also use faux leather straps, sew-on straps if you wanted to, and sew them on the front. That would look gorgeous. That's in tapestry. There it is in PU. Easy to sew, casual but smart. I really enjoyed it. It's a lovely make as well, and economical because you don't need much of anything. I like that about it too, because bag making can get really expensive if you've got lots of metalware and lots of interfacings and foams and fusibles and all of that. It can really start adding up to £50, £60. So I wanted to do a bag pattern that was easy, fast and low cost. Right, next up I've got the really dark chocolate brown. Dark brown, like espresso. Really dark. Yes, we've really gone for romance with that name, dark brown. Well, it does what it says on the tin. Morning, Christine. Now, Princess says, hi, Stuart, your Bloomsbury bag in the PU is simply gorgeous. Thank you. Could you, instead of 2 handles, just have one on the side seams, or would it encroach on the open top part? No, it wouldn't. So what you would do there, I think I would put the shoulder strap from here. So below the point that it opens, yeah? There and there. Yes, I would put them there and there. And I would put like a little tab with a D-ring. And you could actually put a removable shoulder strap on there, couldn't you? Definitely, that would work. There we go, dark brown. Now, here's the PU that I wish I'd had, because I would love mustard, because I would love to make the Bloomsbury in this. It is such a fabulous colour. I love that. Mustard. That is proper English mustard, isn't it? Yeah, really like that. Hi, Stuart. Reference the Bedford purse. Could it be made to take a pinch purse frame instead of a zip? Ooh, I like what you're thinking there. So having a pinch frame here that you push to open, like you would have on a spectacle case. I think you could. And I think what you would do is you would do the same sort of sewing as you do on the Bloomsbury. So stop there, leave this open but kind of neatened so that you can slide the pinch frame through there. Oh, please experiment, Kirsty, and let me know. I love that idea. There's the mustard. And then last of all, I have got the grey. So I haven't got the black, but I've got the grey. £7.99 for a half metre. And these are all a fine textured, like really sort of completely smooth faux leather. So there's no sort of imprint or anything like that on here. It's just smart and sleek and perfectly flat. This would take quilting very well. If you managed to get some of the H630 this morning, that thin fusible fleece, you could fuse that to the back, diamond cross hatching, quilted. I would probably quilt the whole piece of fabric and then cut out my pattern pieces. That would be the easiest way to do it. Gorgeous. And when you lay out your pattern on this, by the way, you should be able to get your Bedford bottom this way, okay? So it will go here rather than this way, yeah? Make the best use of your fabric. Fab. Can I nip over to the Sierra Nevada quilt for a minute? Come with me. Come with me. So, oh, here we go. I really should have had marching music then. So, this is special request. This is the fabric I've used for the backing on Sierra Nevada. This is now. No, it isn't called Transparencies. What is it called? We're all trying to remember what this one's called. We know the one. Have a look on the website. It'll be there. I'll tell you what would also really work well on the back of this, and that is like the map, the world map from Tim Holtz. That would work really well. I used that on the back of the New Mexico quilt, and that looked really good. But yeah, it's going to annoy us all until we remember what the backing's called. But this is a Sierra Nevada quilt, and I designed this for my birthday show in February this year. You get in the kit 9.5 meters of fabric. So everything you need for the whole of the front of the quilt and your binding. You must keep the cream and the navy fabrics for the backgrounds, okay? You've got 1.5 meters of each of those, but you can swap the placement round if you prefer. But then you've got all of the other fabrics, 13.5 meters of fabrics in all different gorgeous earthy shades. And you can actually mix and match those fabrics. You can change the position of those fabrics and create your own look. Or you can follow my quilt exactly. Now, I need to let you know that I've only got 12 kits left, 28 in baskets. If you want to get Sierra Nevada, today's the day. I'll tell you why I say that. We have wiped out not only the warehouse, but the supplier of these colours because it's been a really, really popular quilt kit. We've absolutely wiped them out. So when I say we can't get any more fabric at the moment, it's really genuine. There are some colours that we just can't get hold of right now. So we can't make the whole kit up, and I won't substitute because I want you to be able to make this exact quilt. So that's why if you love it and you want to make this version of Sierra Nevada, grab your quilt kit today. You're getting the pattern for free. We've actually taken £10 off the price. $84.99 for this quilt is amazing. It's 53.5 inches by 71 inches, and it's an amazing price at $84.99. But we've actually taken £10 off today. Right, now I want to do a couple of quilt kits. I want to start with Soft Diamond, which is hanging behind me. Now, yesterday I was on with our lovely Vix and I demonstrated this quilt. It is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It's a take on A Trip Around the World. Look at that saving. Ben just snuck that in there. Should be about £200. You're saving £60 and getting this for £139.99. Now that means you can get a William Morris quilt kit home today for £27.99. It's 5 split pays if you want. 5 split pays for a quilt kit's amazing, especially for one that's £139.99. It's £27.99 to get this kit home. Beautiful. And when I saw this, I mean, I thought, okay, that looks sort of reasonable, confident beginner level. But then when I actually looked at the quilt kit, it's actually 3 simple blocks. And I'm going to show you what the blocks are on this version. This is the version that we've got. The dark version sold out. This is the light version, which I think is really spring, summer. with single fingers, by the way, with single fingers of this kit. So, first of all, I want to show you the block number 1. Okay, now block number 1 is this block here. This block here. It is a 4-patch. It's a square of this, pinky, plastery pink. It's a square of this, rambling rose, and 2 squares of this. It's not strawberry thief, they're different birds, but it's just a 4-patch. So that's block number 1, and you make a bunch of those, and they're all the same. The fabrics are in exactly the same position. They're just twisted and turned. And so if you're using directional fabric, do not worry about which way up the birds are, because you'll twist and turn the units and it's all good. So that's block number 1. Block number 2 is also a 4-patch, but it's what I would call a split 4-patch. So let me find here, over here, here we go. Right, so, wait a minute. Right here, there we go. This block here is your block number 2. So you can see we've got 2 large squares and then 2 squares which are made up of 4 little squares. So a little 4-patch and a little 4-patch, and then 2 bigger squares to make 1 bigger 4. So that's block number 2. If this is sounding really achievable, that's because it is, even if you've never made a quilt before. Now, if you watched the demo from yesterday, I went through everything from taking the fabric out the box and how we make the very first cut, how you cut your strip, how you cut it down, how to do strip piecing if you want. This quilt, the instructions are actually to cut your individual squares and sew them together. Doesn't get easier than that. But I mean, it doesn't look like a total beginner quilt at all. Right, block number 3 is this block right here. This block right here. And again, all of those blocks are made with the same fabric combination in the same position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 9 small squares sewn together. That's block number 3. And that's it. Those are your blocks. And then when you come to lay them out, you've actually got a brilliant layout diagram that just tells you numerically. So you have your blocks 1, 2, and 3 in a pile, and it go 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, or whatever, like that. And you just lay them out in those rows. So the good news is, rather than making all the blocks and then start putting it together, you could make all the blocks for row 1, sew it together, put it aside, don't forget about it, don't lose it, and make each row. And then as you make the next row, you can just sew them together and sew them together, so that before you know it, when you make your last block, you sew your last row on and you're ready to add your border. And then you've got 2 borders, a finer inner border, and you've got that beautiful wider outer border. It's just gorgeous. It's a gorgeous quilt and an amazing price. Now I'm down to low single figures. I've got twice as many in baskets as I have available. You're making a £60 saving, and you get oodles and oodles of fabric. This is the light version. So lovely. And these are your beautiful fabrics that you get. You get that, I mean, we've all fallen in love with this fabric, the beauty of life. And I think the whole look of the quilt is very spring, summer. Here's your beautiful board. Look at that border print. It's absolutely glorious. This vibrant willow bough print is just gorgeous, and that's what you use for your chain that runs through the quilt and creates this gorgeous kind of frame here. But also you're going to use it for your inner border and your binding as well. And it just gives the whole thing a kind of vibrant lift. And then look, you've got that gorgeous rambling rose fabric. So you get your, you get your full range of fabric. You get your full quilt instructions. Here's your little map of the fabrics which fabric's which, and the letters that are assigned. So you want to get some little post-it notes, write the letter, and then pin it to the bundle of fabric. And here are your simple blocks, your 4-patch, your split 4-patch, and your 9-patch. And that's it. And then when you come to lay them all out together, oh, I think the last page of this pattern has been lost and mislaid. Yeah, it's our studio sample, don't worry, you won't get this one. The last page has the layout of the quilt, and it's literally 1, 2, 3. It just tells you the order of the blocks to sew together. It couldn't be easier. But it's a stunning, stunning quilt. Really beautiful. Now, size-wise, this is 152 centimetres by 183 centimetres, which I'm hoping, as I point like this, Ben is working out the inches. 152 by 183. 152 by 183. I can't remember from yesterday. 60 inches wide by 72. 60 by 72. That is a fantastic size and completely doable on your domestic sewing machine from start to finish. Easy to quilt that. Now remember, when I was showing you the Brother FS250, I showed you that wiggly line, that serpentine stitch in a crosshatch. Well, that would be beautiful to stitch just gently through, and you could do it through every, that would be quite intense, or every other set of squares diagonally in both directions, and that would give a lovely finish to this quilt. Very easy. And all you would do to finish, I would go through the borders with that crosshatch, right through the border. And if you need to, just get yourself some low-tack painter's tape, masking tape, something like that. And just for this last little bit, just put your masking tape so it kind of cuts through the diagonal and keep it straight through the border, and then just follow the edge of the painter's tape just to finish off. And then you haven't even got to mark your quilt top. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous quilt. That's called Soft Diamonds. And it was yesterday, William Morris's birthday. It was Willie Mo's birthday. I don't know how old he would have been. We didn't have a cake though, which I was disappointed. Well, I say I'm disappointed. I'm not doing cake at the moment, am I? Right, that's that. Now let's do Charming Daylight. This is from Sanderson, using a fabric collection called Arboretum. Now the quilt is just over 1 metre square, and it's beautiful Sanderson fabric. Ooh, pretty. Now we've got a little bit of William Morris in there. Got a little bit of William Morris. Oh, this is really pretty. Really soft and gentle. Lovely shot cotton. A little bit sort of Civil War repro. If you like that style, and I really do. Oh, and that border fabric, wow. That's gorgeous. And yeah, that's lovely. That's a really gorgeous combination. Now it should be $139.99. Make sure you're sitting down. Make sure you're sitting down. Look at that. Wow. Now that's amazing. That's an amazing price. How much of a drop is that? £60? £60 off. Absolutely wild. Absolutely amazing. The fabrics are gorgeous. Gosh, lovely. Oh, I'd buy that just to get those fabrics in my stash. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. And then I've also got a K facet quilt kit, and this is called Pinky Swear. We're not going to be doing any of that. Here's Pinky Square. It should be £179.99. £129.99. They're chickens. Love that. 146 centimetres by 175. Oh, wow. Again, I would buy this to get the fabrics. Look, K-Facet shot cotton. Beautiful, beautiful, vibrant, summery prints. More of the lovely shot cottons, more of the vibrant print, more shot cotton. Do you know, the fabric value alone in there is amazing. Absolutely amazing. They are beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. £129.99. 3 split pays if you want. You can take the split pay. Fab. Have I got any of the clover tape left? Let's just see. I'm hoping there's a couple of these left that I can have. No, it's gone. No. I knew you'd get there before me. Every time. Every time. Let's do Bloomsbury or Bedford. Brand new pattern yesterday. Brand new pattern yesterday. Brill. Really enjoyed designing this. I originally designed it in tapestry and had such a lovely time designing and making this. You've got deep pleats here in the front to give it this lovely volume and shape. This lovely rounded bottom as well. Plus that lovely top band. A magnetic snap, a wide opening, so that you've got lovely, easy access to your bag. I use soft webbing for the shoulder straps, but you could put faux leather straps on here that you stitch on at the end. You could do a sew-on popper there instead, or a button and loop, whatever you like really. You could even put a zip in. So that's the Bedford, but you also, sorry, the Bloomsbury, but you also get the Bedford. I'd got a bit of fabric left. So you can make both of these out of 1/2 metre of tapestry and 1/2 metre of lining fabric. And the lining fabric's just regular quilt weight cotton. You've got those pleats, you've got that top band, so you've got the volume, but then you've got a zipper across the top. So if you wanted to do that on the Bloomsbury, all you would do is you would sew all the way to the top, but you wouldn't actually make an outer and a lining bag. You'd do the front, you'd do the back separately, you'd do the linings the same, and then you would sew this and the corresponding lining to 1/2 of the zip. And then you would sew the back and the corresponding piece of lining to the other side of the zip. And then you would sew them outer to outer and lining to lining exactly as you make this. So you could do that as well. I might make a version of this with a zip in the top just to show you the variety. But anyway, yesterday I thought PU is the boy for me. Let's try that. So I decided to make this bag yesterday. And a couple of hours later, I had my finished bag. It was really fun to make. I think it looks lovely in PU. And if you want some lovely PU, we've got loads in the hour. So jump on to the website and have a look. Right. We're up to our final hour. After the break, I'm going to be spending the full hour taking a deep dive into the Brother VQ4. Now, if you haven't seen this machine before or you want to see more, then stick around because it's an absolutely incredible machine and you're going to be doing some more stitching, some more quilting, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Oh, I've been looking forward to this hour. Such a brilliant machine from Brother. This is the VQ4. Now, I was chatting with a lovely lady at the weekend at the Stitch Festival in London, and we were talking about Brother sewing machines, and she was telling me, I've got the VQ2 and I'm looking for an upgrade. I love the VQ2, but I want something that's just a bit better. I said, it's the VQ4. It's everything you love about the VQ2 and a load more of amazing features that you're just going to fall in love with. This is the VQ4 from Brother. Now, first off, absolutely incredible price. Now, the price should be £3,499. You are saving £500. If you shop for this at midnight tonight or tomorrow or next week, it'll be £3,499. I don't want you to pay that for it. It's worth it, of course it is, but I don't want you to pay that. I want you to get it at the best price, and that's today. Now, some of you have already gone for it. Well done. You're paying £2,999 for this machine. And if you take the split pay option, which remember is 0% interest, no credit checks, no forms, it's just a box you tick, you're going to pay £599.80 today to get the machine home. And then that just a shade under £600 each month for those remaining 4 months, and your machine's paid for. It's an absolutely incredible piece of kit. I've got an hour to show you as much of it as I can, so I'm going to dive straight in. Now, let's look at some of the specs first off. Now, one of the first things that I want to share with you is that the throat space, that's the distance from the needle to the back of the machine, this space here is 11¾ inches. Now, if you want one massive point of difference between this and most other sewing machines, is that most other sewing machines have got a throat space of about 6 inches. Now, some machines, which we get really excited about, have an 8-inch throat space, and that is game-changing. Imagine having almost twice as much space lengthwise, but then also it's the space above as well that you've got this huge space to get your quilt into, your dressmaking project, your home decor project, your curtains, your blinds. This is an incredible space to work in. However, I'm about to more than double that working space. And I'm going to do that with the extension table. Now, can I just ask, Dan, sorry, I meant to ask you in the break, could I just have the extension table? Oh, I've got it here for the FS250. It's this, isn't it? I've got it already. Right, now the extension table for the FS250 is brilliant, and it really increases the size of the working area. But look at them together. It's like Big Bear and Baby Bear, isn't it? Amazing. The extension table for this machine is unbelievable. It is absolutely amazing. I'm having to really clear the deck. So I'm going to remove the double accessory box. Okay. I'm going to pop out the 4 legs. Really stable. Really stable. And then I'm going to pop this in place. So again, easy fitting. It just slides on and clicks into place. Now my working area from here to here, 24 inches. 24 inches of workspace. Absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Now this space here, this work table, I have seen people buy expensive tables that the machine fits into in order to give them this flatbed space, this space. Hundreds, if not thousands of pounds to get a table that your machine fits in for this kind of working area, and you get this extension table included. This alone, this setup, this 11¾ inch here, this 24 inch space here, and just a couple of other whistles and bells on this machine are enough for me. If there was nothing else than that and the laser light, that's enough for me. But there's so much more. It's an absolutely incredible machine. I can't wait to show it to you. I'm going to take this off for now and pop this back on. I'll pop the accessory box back on. There we go. Let's have a deep dive. Right, okay, so first off, let's talk about the threading. Super easy. I'm going to actually wind a bobbin and get it all threaded up for you. I often get asked, what's a suitable machine for a beginner? Would this be a suitable machine for a beginner? And lots of people would think, oh gosh, no, just because of the price alone. If you know what you want from a sewing machine, or if you don't know what you want from a sewing machine, but if this is in budget, my goodness me, I don't think you'll ever want to part with it. You know, it's got everything. Anyway, let's wind a bobbin. So first off, you've got your independent bobbin winding. So up here, now you can wind a bobbin of thread and leave your machine threaded normally. So if you've got 2 reels of thread, you can actually wind a bobbin while you're still sewing. It's a separate motor system. So the bobbin goes on there. I'm also going to use one of the spool caps. And then to wind your bobbin, you're simply going to take your thread through, you're going to take it around your tension dial, wind a little bit around your bobbin, cut the thread off, there's a little thread cutter there, and slide that across. I got my all plugged in. And I'm going to start. There's a little button here. Now I could carry on sewing while this is winding my bobbin. I don't have to stop. Absolutely brilliant little feature that. I'm going to let this wind a bobbin. Always wind your bobbins on full speed. Even if you like to sew on a slower speed, you always want to wind your bobbin on full speed to get the tension absolutely perfect. As soon as it's finished winding the bobbin fully, it'll stop automatically. You can cut your thread, and then we're going to insert the bobbin. So the bobbin goes down here. It's a top loader. And this actually is pretty standard across all the brothers. It's the same bobbin loading. So like a letter P, drop it into the space, wind your thread through the channel and cut the thread off with the little automatic cutter. Okay, in it goes. Right, next up, I'm going to thread the top thread. So here we go. So the thread goes onto this second spool pin, And again, I'm going to put the cap on. Now threading, again, you always want to floss your thread through your machine. So hold it into, don't just drape it through. This is when you can get incorrect threading. If you hold it between two, it'll go through much more neatly. Okay, follow the numbers, and then the automatic bobbin threading, needle threading. So you're just going to take it up, cut your thread, and press a button. Oh, it says upper thread may not be threaded properly. Goodness me, that doesn't sound like me. Right. There we go. Look. Haha. I'm going to do that again so you can see. So I'm going to pull it out of the needle. Keep an eye on the needle. So the thread goes through the last point, and then I literally press a button. Is that the easiest needle threader ever? I think it might be. That's it, done. So if you've got loads and loads of thread changes, or you hate threading your needle, or you've never got on with those manual needle threaders, this is absolutely amazing. So quick and easy. Right, my machine's all threaded up. I just want to show you one more feature while we're here. This top lid comes off. It comes off. And the reason why it comes off is because you've also got this. And this fits in right here. Okay? You've also got a thread mast that goes in here. And you've got extra spool pins that go in here and in here. You've got king cone tops. So if you want to buy those really large cones of thread, you've got space for two with a mast that you then thread up normally. If you want to do twin needle work, you can do both threads there, or one there, thread your machine. Have you ever heard of triple needle work? You can buy triple needles. 1, 2, 3. Thread, 3 rows of stitching with your VQ4. Absolutely fabulous. So I'll leave that in place there. Okay, you can leave that on, it doesn't affect anything. I've still got my machine threaded on the front, but how cool is that to have that extra feature? So no more buying an extra thread mast for using larger cones. No longer having to kind of, a jam jar and a piece of bamboo and goodness knows what else to try and make it work. You've got it all included. Okay, right, let's get a little bit of stitching done. And I'll show you how to navigate. So, first of all, let's talk about press a foot up and down. Now, with your front panel, you've got the things you'd expect on a simpler machine. So you've got a start-stop button, okay, at the front. You've also, you can use it with or without a pedal. You've got reverse stitching, so you can stitch forward, but you can also stitch back. You've also got a locking stitch. So if you want to, if you like, knot off your thread at the start without stitching forward and back, you can do that. You've also got your needle up, needle down. You've got your thread cutting, your scissors. Now, for many sewers, once you've had this function, you never want to buy a machine without it. So it's got it, okay? Brilliant news. Now, this is our press a foot up and down button. So we can make our press a foot up and down using the button, okay? You can also set it so that your press a foot will automatically lift up when you stop sewing and automatically go back down again when you start sewing. So if that's your thing, you've got that too. You've got your speed controller here, and you've also next to it got your needle threading button. Now I've got that on a machine, I always want it. I don't want to give that up. Now, let's have a little look at the control panel. because the range of stitches is incredible, absolutely incredible. You've got over 470 different stitches on this machine, and it's so easy to navigate through them. So to start with, we've got utility stitches. So these are our most basic stitches that we're going to use all the time. Marianne from Falkirk's messaged in, by the way. She says, I received this machine from you last Wednesday. What a game changer. So easy to use, precision sewing. I love it. Love brother, love Sewing Street. Ah, Marianne, we love you too. What a lovely message. Have you done anything else this week apart from sew? I hope not. It's so lovely getting to know your new machine, isn't it? And all the things it can do. Now, let me just show you. So navigating through is really, really easy. Oh, the pencil isn't in the side. Let me see. Doesn't matter, you can do it with your finger. So you can pick your stitches. It's a touch screen, okay? So you've got all, you can easily scroll through. You've also got different pages. This is page 2. Patchwork and quilting, mock quilting, running stitch, or basting stitch rather. Yeah, love that. Yeah, you've also got page number 3, a few more there. Basic stitches to start with. But look, within your utility stitches, some decorative. We've got 3 pages of decorative stitches there. These are just your utility stitches. Look at all the buttonholes. You've got 14 different buttonholes and button sewing and eyelet sewing. Easy peasy, okay? You've got stitching in all directions. What? What? Right, let me put the presser foot down. Let's start off just sewing in the regular direction, okay? So just sewing in a normal direction. Yeah? Happy? Let's sew to the left. This is sewing to the side. Now this is sewing a zigzag to the side. I can do a straight stitch to the side. Look, it's sewing to the side. Right. Let's sew forward again. Now let's sew the other way. Look, now it's sewing to the right. Should we sew backwards? So we've now sewn a box. Now let's sew diagonally, shall we? Look, it's sewing diagonally. Yeah? Let's sew in the other diagonal. Have you ever seen anything like it? How cool is that? How cool. We've also got patchwork and quilting utility stitches. Yeah, I'll show you back on the screen. So you've got things like your piecing, your patchwork, your 1/4 inch. You've got your mock hand quilting. You've got things like blanket stitches, a little bit of vermicelli as well there. Next, it's wild, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Then we've got our character and decorative stitches. Yes, it's okay to delete. It always asks you, is it okay to delete the selected pattern before you do anything? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, no problem. Look at this now. Look at this. Now we've got all the decorative. Oh, the decorative stitches, 21 pages. This is just in menu 1. This is just in menu 1. Let's do a little bit of that, shall we? Well, this is rather lovely. Let's do this. So I'm going to stitch it out. You can stitch a maximum stitch width on this of 49 millimetres. nearly 5 centimetres wide stitching. Now, most sewing machines can sew up to 7 millimetres wide. 7 millimetres. This sews up to 48 or 49 millimetres wide. Imagine using this machine to quilt your quilts with these decorative stitches that you can sew between sashings, between borders. It's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. I'm just going to do a little bit more of this and then I'll show you the stitches. It's so cool. And you think for look at that, for heirloom quality sewing, that is stunning. Look how neat, how precise and gorgeous that is. It's fabulous, isn't it? These decorative stitches are amazing. Let's do a couple more. There's some really lovely ones. Oh, see, now that's a fun one. And it actually shows you the stitches for real next to it. Yeah? So if you pick, it actually shows you stitched out for real, and you can combine elements. Can you see I'm combining elements of the stitches, and it will sew one repeat of each. I know, it's absolutely incredible. I can delete those. I can take them away. You know, just amazing, absolutely amazing. I've got so many different styles of stitching that I can pick from. I've also got alphabets, and look, upper and lowercase, yeah, upper and lower, look, upper and lower, cute. Look, and even Japanese kanji. Amazing. Absolutely incredible, incredible machine. You've also got a memory, of course, that you can store things in. It's wild, isn't it? Absolutely wild. Let's talk about some of the feet. Now, of course, oh, Sarah's got in touch. She says, good morning, Stuart. I have the VQ4 machine. It's fantastic. I still haven't used all the features. I mean, would you ever? You know, there's so many amazing features on this machine. Could you ever use them all? It'd be quite a challenge, wouldn't it? I want to show you the walking foot in particular, because it's absolutely amazing. Want to just check. I've got my screwdriver. You get so many extras with this machine. And of course, it will take you a bit of time to get to know your machine really thoroughly. But that's the joy. This machine is going to be your best sewing buddy for years and years and years, maybe for life. It's got a 3-year warranty, which amazing. You'd normally expect 1 year, possibly 2 years. You're getting a 3-year warranty here. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, I'm going to put the walking foot onto this machine. The walking foot's unlike any other. All right, so first thing is I've turned my machine off and I'm going to just unscrew and remove the ankle. Okay, so this all comes off really easily. Now, here's the walking foot, and it's quite a piece of work. It's even got a little plug on it. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to show you why there's a plug. Look underneath. No feed dogs. You know, normally on the bottom of a walking foot, you've got like little teeth. Well, this has got like almost like a tyre track on the bottom. And what this is doing, electronically, it is sensing the thickness of the fabric. So if you were top stitching a pair of jeans and you get to a really thick seam, a normal walking foot is not going to know that there's a great big thick bump in your fabric. And you know this, you'll have done this yourself at home. I've certainly done it loads of times. It gets to that bit, and even with a walking foot, you get little tiny stitches because it can't cope with the bump. This and this detect the thickness of the fabric and alter the pressure in order to keep perfect stitch length. How wild is that? So now I'm going to install this. So it literally just goes onto that screw clamp, okay. We'll just tighten that up. So finger tighten first and then go in with the screwdriver, and then it's just a little tweak, all right? So that's on nice and secure. Then the only other thing you've got to do is plug this in to this little socket, okay? Like that. Click it into place. And now I'm going to turn my machine back on. Now, here's the next exciting bit of news. At the moment, there's no shoe on this walking foot. That's because all 5 shoes are here. Let me show you these. Let me show you these. So you actually get 4 different shoes to go on your walking foot. Shall I move that slightly so you can see? There we go. Look at those, right? So you can change them. So you've got like your regular walking foot base. You've got your open-toed. You've got quilting in the ditch foot. You've got quilting near the ditch foot. You've got a 1/4 inch piecing walking foot. Amazing, right? And literally to install them, all you have to do, it's a bit like changing any of the feet on a machine. You just, let me just drop the foot down. You just click them into place like that, okay? So now that foot is in place. So let's get it on a straight stitch and let's do a little bit of quilting. But the fact that you get 5 interchangeable shoes for your walking foot alone is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It makes such a difference to what you can do. I've always been a sort of not keen on the quilting in the ditch because it's so hard to do well, but with that quilting in the ditch foot, it becomes easy. Okay, so I'm going to increase the stitch length as well, just a bit, because it's quilting. And away we go. Look at the smoothness. And quiet. So quiet. If you're somebody that has to share your space, if you're someone that likes late night sewing, which I do, look, and 11 3/4 inches of throat space. Just lovely. Oh, sorry. Look at that. Just absolutely gorgeous. Really gorgeous. Now, of course, you've also got some lovely decorative stitches that you could sew. And it is possible to do some of those decorative stitches with your walking foot on as well. So experiment and have a go with those different stitches. Now, one of the things I want to do is just have a look at, see if I can find the wide stitches. You can even design your own stitches on this machine. Oh, so much fun just to play with and experiment with. Just beautiful. Cross stitches, it's all there. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's try and find, gorgeous. Right, anyway, let me just cut my thread there. Oops. Lower the press foot lever, Stuart. And press the button. There we go. It's better. Right, so that's the walking foot with that amazing track that basically detects the thickness and adjusts the pressure so you always get perfect stitches. Right, let's take this walking foot off and I'm going to put the darning foot on for a bit of free motion quilting. So again, we're taking off the screw or just unscrewing it a little bit. You don't have to remove it completely. Now, you get loads of different options with your darning foot, including one of my absolute favourites, which is the sort of disc style, this one here. Yeah, you've got that. So you've got interchangeable shoes, even for your darning foot as well. I know. I love having options. I love having options. But let's just put on the regular free motion quilting foot. And, oh, now then, I'll tell you the one thing I haven't checked with this machine is how you drop the feed dogs. And I'm just wondering, is there a button there? No, I reckon it'll be a button. Oh, I'll have to apologise for not just knowing this. The thing is, you can free motion quilt without dropping your feed dogs. So let's just see. Right, should be okay. Let me see. See, you do not have to drop your feed dogs for free motion quilting. There's some machines, of course, you can't drop your feed dogs. Look at the action on that. Oh, so easy. Love it. Look at that. So easy. So easy. And look at the quality of the stitching on the back. No eyelashes, no pulled tension, perfect tension top and bottom. Yeah? And that's without dropping the feed dogs. You don't have to drop the feed dogs. Fact. I'm going to do a little bit between these lines that I drew earlier on. I'm going to set a centre needle position. And then I'll talk about the foot pedal, because the foot pedal's fabulous too. It's all wonderful. It's all amazing. Right, okay, so I'm not going to start and finish my thread just for time's sake. So let's start with so good practice. Oh, now I'm going to limit the speed a little bit. There we go, because you want to make sure that you're getting a nice consistent stitch length. Right, so we sew forwards and back. Now let's try adding a little bit of a loop. So we'll loop the loop. Loop. Let's see. What I want to do is, well, let's do ribbon candy because I love doing that. What about going right over? What about doing a figure of 8 or a wishbone. Such an even stitch. Now, of course, it takes practice, but what I can tell you for certain is that the better quality the machine, the better quality your stitching, even when you're brand new, even when you're doing it for the first time, smooth action, perfect tension on the top and the bottom every time. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful. Absolutely, I love that. Really gorgeous. So that's your free motion quilting using your darning foot. Now remember, you have various options for the shoe. You have open-toed, closed-toed. You've got that lovely big flat disc as well. So you can mix and match and use the foot that's right for you. Pop that foot back on. Now the next thing I want to show you is the foot pedal. So I'm just going to take the machine out of the way for a second, just a little bit, because I want to grab the foot pedal. Okay. Now, your foot pedal, don't be alarmed. Anything that looks slightly different is always a bit concerning to begin with, isn't it? You've got 2 pedals in one. Now, here's your main pedal. This is your start and stop, basically. And then you've got this little metal bar, and you've got a second foot pedal. Now, that metal bar can be fitted so that the little pedal's on the right or on the left. And it's literally just 2 screws and just slide it over and put this back on. It's super easy to do if you are right-footed or left-footed. You don't have to put the second pedal on at all if you don't want to. Now, with this style of foot pedal, you'll see it's rather thicker at the front than a normal foot pedal. And that's because this is a whole foot pedal. So rather than putting your foot on like this, where your heel stays on the ground, you'll actually put your whole foot on top, okay? And then what you'll do, I'm just going to unplug it for a second, you will put your whole foot on top and you will push down with your toes to make the machine run and lift your foot back to stop. But you've also got what we call a heel tap. Can you see the front of the pedal goes down? So you've got a heel tap. So this to start and stop, but a heel tap which will lift and lower your needle. So if you are pivoting, starting and finishing a line of sewing, appliquing, anything like that, this is hands-free, start, stop, needle up, needle down. Now, you've also got your second pedal next to you, which can be programmed to do various jobs. And at the moment, this is programmed to cut the thread. So let me show you this in action now. So I've popped it back in. Okay, get the machine back in position. Let me show you. Now, it's a little bit harder for me to show when I'm standing up because obviously I've got to put my whole foot on the pedal. But when you're sitting down, of course, it's easy peasy. Right, so here we go. So we sew a straight line, okay, and then I'll stop. Now, if I do my needle tap, watch the needle. Needle up, needle down. So this is with tapping once, tapping twice. So if I need to take one more stitch to get to the right position, I can do it with my heel. Okay, there's my or I can start, I can stop, needle up, needle down, all on a heel. But then if I go to my other pedal, Did you hear it? It's just cut the thread. So all hands-free. But you can also program that pedal to do a couple of other things. Good, isn't it? Really good. Really good. Now, the screwdriver. It's not a screwdriver. It's a pointer pen. Now, this fits on the end of the machine. But I'm going to plug it in. Just have to make sure I get this round the right way. You can't buy the walking foot on its own, by the way. Right, there we go. It isn't something you can buy for other machines. And the reason for that is because you've got to have the socket in the back of your machine to plug it into. So it's not just that track on the bottom of the walking foot that does the job. It's the information that it sends to the computer in the machine to make it adjust the pressure. All right, so I've now put we call it the sonic screwdriver, but it's not a sonic screwdriver. It's a pen, a special pen, okay? And on the front of the machine, there is a button here for the pen. So if I press that, these are now my 4 things that I can program it to do. So the first thing is my laser light, okay? So I've just pressed that button, and what you'll see over here now is a flashing red laser light. Now, you don't have to use the pen with the laser light. You can just put the laser light on, and then it's not flashing. It's only flashing because I can adjust it with the pen. But here's my laser light. So if I want to do things like half square triangles, stitch and flip, no more marking, I can adjust the position of that laser using the buttons. You can see it's moving across loads of different positions for the laser, okay, to the right and to the left. So I can line this up to get my sewing completely straight, to sew from corner to corner, to sew a 1/4 of an inch away from the corner, or whatever I want to do. But if I just go back into the pen and put it on that laser light, now it's flashing again, but watch what I can do now. So I can now, instead of using the buttons, I can actually use the pen to adjust where, oops, let me show you. Can you see? I can point to where I want it to go, and it will go to that point. Do you see? It will stop exactly on the point of the pen. So if I've got a particular position that I need to sew to the left or the right of the needle, I can do that with the pen. So that's one of the things I can do, okay? I'm going to delete that setting. Right, go back to the pen. Now, here we go. I can now move the position of the needle, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn off the laser light. So the laser's off, so it's not distracting. And we'll go back, and now I'm going to move the position of the needle. So I want you to watch the needle, okay? Oops. Oh, still gone back to, wait a minute. Pen. Okay, so now I'm why isn't it moving the needle? Reset. No, it's still putting, I think I put the laser light on. No, it's still on the laser. Oh, I'll have to have a look at that. Let's go back to the pen. You can also change the width of the zigzag. So if I choose a zigzag stitch, okay, and then go into my pen setting, I can now alter the width of the zigzag. Now I think because I've got the laser light on, I think that's what I keep doing wrong. You get your manual, of course you do. It's operator error. It's operator error. The other thing that you can do with that pen is that you can stitch to a position. So for example, if you wanted to sew to a very precise point, say you were top stitching around a collar, again, you can mark the point on your sewing and you can stitch to it. You can also, if you're sewing like a pattern, like a decorative pattern that has repeats, obviously it has repeats. What it'll do with this, with that, is it'll sew the repeat, sew the repeat, sew the repeat, and then as you get to the point that you want to stop, you press your pen on that point, and what the computer will do is it will shrink down the decorative stitch to fit one final repeat before the end point. So rather than stopping mid-design at a corner, it'll actually squish down or elongate the decorative stitch to fit in that final bit of space. Does that make sense? It's amazing. It's amazing. It's such a clever bit of kit. It really is such a clever bit of kit. So versatile. Now remember, you've got 14 different decorative stitches on your machine. You've 14 different buttonholes, sorry. You've got over 470 different stitches, utility stitches, decorative stitches, you name it. You've got your walking foot, you've got your darning foot, you've also got all of the regular feet that you would expect, and a straight stitch plate as well. Such a versatile machine. All those alphabets, 11 3/4 inch space for quilting. And when you put the extension table on, you've got a full 24 inches of space to work on. That table is amazing. I'm going to pop it back on. Because this, for me, actually, it's not about all of the extra stitches, and it's not even about the special pointer. It's that working space. There's no substitute for having that really big throat space and working table. There's no substitute for it. If you've got that, you've got to imagine your quilt here and what you can do with it. Let's pop the darning foot back on for a little bit more free motion quilting. It's just such a pleasure with this machine to quilt. Now, if you've bought the Gracie frame, you've got now 11 3/4 inches of space front to back to quilt your quilts. I mean, you've now got just about long arm quilting capabilities. So I'm going to go back to a straight stitch, and I'm going to take my, oops, there we go. Right, and let's just do a little bit more free motion quilting. So press the foot down. Now, if you want to bring your bobbin thread to the top, you can use that needle up, needle down function. Lift the presser foot, pull up, and there's my bobbin thread. Just grab a hold. Now I've got my top thread and my bobbin thread on the surface. Press the foot back down, and I can start quilting. It's just lovely and precise, and the quality and the flow and the workspace that I've got to work in. I mean, it's just second to none. It's such a responsive machine as well. The minute you take your foot off the pedal, it stops, rather than kind of that slowing down and stopping where you lose precision. Absolutely glorious. Now, it doesn't have a stitch regulator. You're making the stitches, and this is where that little bit of practice really will come into its own. But it's worth it to quilt your quilts all by yourself. Remember, you can stop and adjust your hands anytime you want to, and you should. Let's come down this side now. I mean, it's just such a lovely, smooth action. It just makes quilting such a pleasure. But also remember, you've got all those decorative stitches to play with. And there we go. Just cuts the thread, does the lot. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful machine. And, you know, for me, there are very obvious distinct differences between this machine and others. That 11 3/4 inch throat space, there's nothing that we do that has an 11 3/4 inch throat space. You've got a 24 inch working space on the table. You've got your knee lift, but you've also got hands-free, needle up, needle down, a hovering presser foot, automatic thread cutting either by touch button or with your foot pedal. Amazing. You've got your laser light. You've got your pen to adjust the position, all the buttons on the front to adjust the position. It's incredible. So many different needle positions, different alphabets, upper and lower case, over 470 different decorative stitches. But remember, if you go to purchase this machine after midnight tonight, you will pay £3,499. If you buy it tomorrow, £3,499. If you check out today, you're going to pay £2,999, and there are split pays available. So this is one of those times when split pay could be absolutely brilliant for you. You make that one payment today of £599.80. You get your machine home in 3 to 5 days. You get a whole month to play on it before the next payment comes out. So put it through its paces, have fun, enjoy the machine, start to explore what you can do with it. Right, it is time to look at tomorrow's menu, so let's do it. Now, Helen McCook is in at 8 o'clock with embroidery. At 9 o'clock, we've got the twisted back bag and magic movement quilt with Sarah Brangwen. At 11 o'clock, Helen McCook is back with more embroidery. And then at 11, we're doing a quillo with Sarah. At 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of extra wide fabrics. But remember, what we don't have tomorrow is the Brother VQ4 at £2,999. This is your chance. Check out your baskets. If you've got the Brother FS250 in your baskets, remember, this is the last of the stock that we've got at the moment, and we have only got very, very low figures on that machine. It's been a pleasure to spend the day with you. Thank you for spending the day with me here and for all your lovely, kind comments and emails. I will see you on Saturday and Sunday this coming weekend, so celebrate Mother's Day with me and the whole weekend here at Sewing Street. But don't go anywhere, because Hobby Maker is up next.